Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another Astropub Sub-A-Thon. Mini Sub-A-Thon. We'll be going for at least 6 hours. And we would go a maximum of 10 hours. We're giving away a pit bull right now. Express giveaway if you want to get on that one. It's LTI. And if we get to 8 hours, we'll give away a what was it called? A Starlight. It's all right, A-Corps. I'll be around for at least 6 hours, so if you wake up, when you wake up in 6-7 hours, I'll still be streaming probably. We'll see though.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
This is a second one. So basically maximum of 20 hours over the course of 2 days. All right,
Please visit
get
us again.
this out.
Goodbye.
And Father Volus got me a... That's very weird. It's not showing up in my list. Let's see if I can't do something. I may have to manually do it.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's in my list over here. I'll show you. See? Grade A, custom built XL1. So it should be able to fit. Let's see which other one is the... Let's see the Cutlass. Cutlass has the same propulsion. It's the same thing. It's not letting me do it. It should be a size 2, but it's just not showing up in my VMA. See? Okay, let me know if when you're online, and I'll make some time to do that real quick. Oh, I have to go here to the system. There it is. XL1. I'm done. That's just a jump module. There is nothing else other than the Tarsus. All right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Let's do some quick build up because I need to go get some deadbolts for my gladiator. I also need to get rattlers for my gladiator, and I need to find torpedoes. Where do you find torpedoes? My guess is just ArcCorp, but could be wrong there.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Morning,
Welcome
DJ. Morning,
to the
Rob.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, good. There's something good on the telly. Well, I'm going to go on a shopping spree here for a moment. I got
Please visit us again.
5 mil,
Goodbye.
and I need to upgrade my Gladiator so it's, you know,
To the
decent.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
So I'm going to take my... You know what? Let's
Please visit
do
us
this
again.
before we go.
Goodbye.
Vehicles. Where's my Corsair?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Break. Stanton Gateway. Okay. Yeah, I'll take... Well... I've got my... Sure that.
Your vehicle, please visit us
What's on the agenda today? Well, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more hauling, and then probably do some group work with Loken and everybody else, just kind of doing stuff. The Dead Saints stuff come back yet? Nope, still no Dead Saints. Probably not hauling interstellar hauling though. Probably more. Let's do this one because it all ends up at Orson. You make a little extra cash there. It's the broken one, isn't it? It might be broken. The other one's working though, I think. This one's broken. You can tell this one's broken because it looks like it's closed and the elevator is up. That means it's broken. Watch. See? Watch. Come back. Now it's all in pieces over there. You can often walk through that gate. Luckily, and this would be awful if I had just a single elevator. So like, I can understand why some people's home elevators are broken if they have a small elevator. Just like, nope, they're fucked. I'm in dire need of coffee. Coffee plus Sub-A-Thon equals less miserable day doing admin work. I am glad to hear that. Morning, Raptor. How you doing, bud? I may even stream tomorrow. Probably not a Sub-A-Thon, but you know, just a longer stream, just for fun. Might start a little late. Simply because 483 is coming out. And Loka's like, hey, you wanted to go do Xenothreat stuff? And I'm like, yeah, I kind of do with the group. Because I'm not going to be able to stream this weekend because it's a holiday weekend. So like Friday, I have obligations I have to do. So I won't be able to stream on Friday. And then Saturday, I've got obligations with family. And I figured by on Sunday, most people will be with family or doing other things in the league. So while I might, the league might have an event and I might be doing the event, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm just going to be hanging out. So I probably won't be streaming again until at least next Monday. They're not rep blocking Xenothreat, are they? I don't think so. It's like their like timed event. It'll only be available until 4/9. Moving across the country, big tired, ready to move into a new apartment on Monday. Well, congratulations there. I know that sucks. Having moved across the country multiple times, it's awful. It sucks, and it's always good when you're done. God, I love the song. Good? Yeah. Extra shields. All right, I'm not gonna, lesson learned from last time, I'm not gonna bounce. Okay, so Stanton Gateway is there. Delta's over there. Let's go to Delta and then bounce back. Yeah, interdicted at the. I got interdicted at the middle of the stream last time. Luckily, it was just a.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
It was just some paid-for aluminum that I was using to grind out the Kovalex. The mining missions. Shubin missions. Take a look at my rep anyways. With Shubin. Yeah, I'm a contractor now. Dead Saints, I'm still at trainee. I'm stuck there. Ring, ring, ring. Shubin calling. God, fucking hate that man. Rogan, shut the fuck up. I know he's intentionally annoying. That's the whole point.
Quantum travel complete.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
And time goes up.
Thon 123400 just resubscribed for 12 months.
Thank you so much for that 12 months of support there. Who was that? Thorn, your 1 year of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Did I get a new helmet? A while ago, yeah. Because my old one is literally just broken. Straight up broken. Got so many helmets now that I gotta do some giveaways for. I plan on doing an auction for charity for some of them. Definitely have my quantum calibration failed. Did my jump drive get taken away? Is that what's going on? Do I have to reinstall my jump drive? Sure, I'll take one of those flight suits. I don't know what they look like. I think my jump drive is missing. Yeah. When I replaced my good to know. When you replace your quantum.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
It can sometimes remove your jump drive, which makes sense. That bug's been in for like 3 years since jump drives. Hey, Shinobi. Now, the one thing I will be interested to see with Xenothreat is if they'll actually let you complete it, because before, when they were doing Xenothreat, it was physically impossible for you to complete the Xenothreat missions. They made it so that you gain so little not reputation, but so little credit for each mission that we did the math, and it was like, if you no-lifed it, you'd get it, and just did nothing but Xenothreat missions. If they worked perfectly, you would get, it would take like 4 months to get it all done.
Hey, a tip.
Riff tip $10. It's
Hey.
not much, but I wanted to contribute a little.
Thank you. Make sure that that's actually... I'm sure that's actually added there, but thank you for that $10. I'll add that 10 minutes to there if it didn't already do so. I don't think it did. It may have. Yeah, it probably did. Thank you. This is a module for the jump drive attached directly to the quantum drive. If it's then, it's not really a bug. It's but a warning not stated, maybe. Well, yeah, it's basically you need to be able to take it off the quantum drive and then attach it onto the quantum drive. What's my time limit today? Maximum 10 hours, minimum 6. So I've already been going for about 28 minutes. It's but we still have 5 hours and 44 minutes left. So you're looking at like something like 6 hours and 15 minutes so far. So we've added about 30 minutes or 15 minutes total to the timer.
Contact received. Landing gear.
There you go. All set.
Landing gear.
Thank you, Elson. Though it should be a bug because I didn't uninstall the jump drive. I uninstalled the quantum drive, so it should automatically swap the jump drive to the quantum drive. But it's not coded like that for whatever reason.
Landing gear down.
So what I'll do is I'll send it down, make sure to swap out the jump drive, make sure it's added to it. What I'll do is I'll swap the quantum drive.
Touchdown! Landing complete.
I love Elson. He's such a dork. I love him. Ghost.
Ghost 1800 just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for giving those 10 subs there, Ghost. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers. Y'all, shots and cheers. All right. Time go up. Now we're at 6 hours and 40 something minutes. I like to make the history teacher redo math. The funny part is that I can do formulas fine.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
When I did
retrieval system.
calculus back in the day, it was so much easier than regular math. Like I could do this. Store that.
Your vehicle has base visitors.
Because there's no fucking calculations here. It's just fucking numbers. Or just fucking letters. I can do letters. Yeah, so what I'll have to do is I'll have to reinstall the Odyssey, unequip one of the Excelsiors, and save. Then go back to the systems, go back to get one of the crafted in there, install that, save changes and equip, and this should work. Now, if you experience this bug and this works, this is one of the reasons why lore is important to understand. Because the only reason I realized this was because in the lore of Star Citizen, it is explicitly... Make sure it actually says that. Jump module Excelsior. So it says Excelsior now. So
Your vehicle, please visit us again.
Excelsior. Remember, if you're installing a new quantum drive, you need to uninstall your jump drive first and then uninstall the quantum drive, then install the new quantum drive with the jump drive back on it. Because in the lore, there's an entire thing where Tarsus exists because they realized they could just attach a... What? And then this bug happens.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Let
system.
me guess. It says, I don't know what happened to it. Unknown. Yeah, we'll claim it. Claim insurance
Your
loadout.
vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been delivered to please visit us again.
It's going to be a bit for Complete History of Star Citizen 6. I have to... So what we're doing with Complete History of Star Citizen is I'm re-recording all the lines from 1 through 5, and we're compiling all of 1 through 5 into a single video. It's gonna be like a couple hours long because it's also gonna have new information that I didn't have in, and that were sort of jumbled around in the first one. So it's basically like a brand new episode of Complete History. Like, it's got enough additional information that it's basically a brand new episode. Then number 6 will start shortly after that. So we have part 1, and then we'll have chapter 6. The idea being I'll have a bunch of different parts of the individual chapters, of the parts, and at the very end, I'll do one big video that's like 14 hours long of all of them. With the goal being that from chapter 6 on, we have they're all done in the same style, so that I have like a similar style throughout. So it's like similar. The other thing I want to do is add a timeline to it because some people were completely confused by the timeline. Double check this one more time.
Welcome
Insured.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Here. So it says it has.
Please visit us again.
I have a question for number 5. Does it follow in chronological order? Yes. So 4, basically 3 and 4 were mixed up a little bit. But when I ended 3, there were parts that there were a couple of systems that I missed that I didn't realize had been discovered. So what I did was I went back and worked on, because the Breathe Free campaign was super iconic, and I couldn't put that in there because that is a explanation to select why popularity of colonization happened. Let me double check the drives. Some drive. Why does that say drive on it? Wait. Is that a drive? Is it upside down? It's cooler. Field. I mean, what the hell's the meta anyways? I think I should be fine. Nope. We're doing a LTI Pitbull. I have 2. I realized yesterday I should have probably done the Pitbull first because it's technically lower
Hangars open
desired one.
and the flight path's clear. Go ahead and launch.
Okay, so we're gonna go done. Gun nothing. Gun nothing. Gun off. There we go. Turn the gun off. They don't need gun. Turn down there. One more there. Yep. Are you gonna wait for Squadron 242 before 6? No, the 6 is gonna be, depends on when Squadron 42 comes out, but 6 is gonna come out towards the end of the year. It just takes my editor. It takes a while for my editor to get it done. I do plan on writing and getting in there, but I also need to get a bunch of cast members, and I'm going to contact people I know in the machinima making community and ask them if we can collab on some of this stuff, because I really want to do some recreations with 6, because 6 is the Tavaran War. Complete history of volume 6 is sources in volume 6 is going to be the complete history of the first Tavaran War. And it's such an important part and has so many moving parts, so many different individual characters with their own lines that I really kind of want some recreations to be added in there. And the thing we're going to go for transitions and such, let's go with Delta, or let's go with Alpha, and then hop back. It's an important part because it is the prelude to the Mezzers. It's also the most important conflict in human history in the Star Citizen universe because it really sets the ball rolling for everything to happen afterwards. And there's so many different moving parts that, oh yeah, I was talking about. We're also redoing some of the elements so that they're gonna have the transitions. Some of the transitions are gonna be like graphic novel. So it'll be like, you see a moving image, it'll pause, pull back, see like as if it's in a graphic novel style, and then it'll zoom into another thing, sort of thing. Yeah, so we did not talk about the Tavaran War in number 5 and number 4. The Tavaran War is in number 6. We ended number 5 with the beginning of the Tavaran War. It was sort of first contact with the Tavaran was the end of number 5. Number 4 was contact with the Xi'an. So the end of number 4, beginning of number 5 was I ended number 4 with the contact with the Xi'an. Number 5 was the negotiations with the Xi'an. So you sort of have one of the major points in 2530, which is the beginning, first contact with the Xi'an. The Tavaran War doesn't happen until 15 years after the Thank you, Sharksaber. They're all done by New Soul. Fantastic group.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Weapon system off.
All right, I gotta maps. Cancel. It's a little further now, but Not bad.
Engaged.
Yeah, go rewatch them. How do you enter? Exclamation point ticket space 1. You're on YouTube, so what I'll do is I'll just do this. There we go. There you go. You have a chance to enter. They're essential. Just make sure you're here by the end of the... Do you think we'll actually see actual Vandal FPS before Squadron Break 2? No, I don't think so. They're going to save that for Squadron. Now, I know a lot of folks think we're going to get Squadron in October. I originally thought that was going to be the case, but no, I don't think we're going to get the case. That's going to be the case. Entry's closed. Oh, hold on, hold on. I know what's going on. I had the wrong link there. I thought it was going to be fine, but that was the old link. Copy. There you go. That should be open now. Refresh it.
Quantum travel complete.
Yes! Jump point works now. Ha! Perfect. Took me a bit. People say it'll come out in October. Have they been? They haven't been here long, have they? No, just people are very. Even after the streaming party. Even after the streaming party. Here's the thing about that party, is that party makes sense as a sort of announcement for a release date party. Because remember, that party was originally supposed to be the party that was at the end of 2024's CitizenCon that they canceled. The like gala they were gonna do. That was where they were going to do like a big hey, let's do this. Because like the problem about something like that is that there is no media there. And if it was a release party, you would have some sort of media expose. It would make even less sense to show off the game to people in October if it's like they're going to release it a week later. That doesn't make a lot of sense at all. This isn't gone people where people aren't paying for tickets. No, but they're paying for their own attendance. Again, based on the people I talk to, now that I can talk more freely about it, since CIG doesn't want me to talk with them, on a professional level. No, they aren't very professional. This wasn't just a like, oh yeah, they delayed it till 2027 conversation that I had with the developers. It was we're actively working on stuff that is not going to be done until February kind of conversation. Yeah, it's going to be expensive. Like, it's expensive to get there. To get there and get a flight and get a hotel. The flight is the expensive part. The hotel usually isn't that bad, but and we transitioned. Congratulations, it's a Stanton. All right, let's see, we're in. Where do we got to go? Is it all in Microtech? Huh? Is it all Port Tressler? Ah, that'd be neat. That'd be kind of neat. This increased my. I think this increased my my jump range. The XL1 did. International trip expenses add up quick, yeah. Most games do these closed doors events 3 to 6 months from release. Crimson Desert was a big one that did this. Ace Combat 8 did this. Star Fox did this. Star Fox was a little sooner. It was only about like a month or two after that, before release, but that's because, I think, because of how quickly it was going to release, they wanted to, and they had a big event in May, or June, so they want to do that. Don't you need to pick up the rest first? Yeah, I'm gonna go collect the rest at Microtech, which apparently.
Quantum fuel at 75%.
Collect Port Tressler. Port Tressler. Port Tressler. Yeah, I gotta drop it off at August Dunlow, so I've got to go do all the way down to Orison. They will not remove the 2026 tag, is my guess, simply because it is easier for them to send it out without the 2026 tag, because they probably have to make a new tag for it. And they will not want to admit that they've delayed it until they reach like the actual announcement date. This is the same reason why they didn't announce that they've delayed the release back in like May, because they don't want to. Like, they're already lying. Why not? Why change their mind now? Why suddenly change it? They want to keep people thinking it's going to be 2026 so they can keep the hype up. So when they release the Basher, people will feel more comfortable buying the Basher. And then when they drop the, hey, it's going to be 2027, but look at all these streamers and other people who are playing it, and they're going to tell you it's real, you know? What are the problem with the 2024 demo, by the way? I remember you saying you had some knowledge on that. So why did it crash? It crashed because they were playing it in a mode that specifically was not a dev mode. So there's a mode that's much more harsh on machines, which is sort of pulls everything possible, all the resources possible, something to that effect. And the reason why they were crashed was because they were playing it on a machine that was not built for the dev mode that they were using, and they were using non-dev mode for the first time. So they were using sort of like an optimized version of the game that they had not optimized for that machine specifically, which is why it kept crashing. Effectively, a lot of 2024 and 2025 was optimizing the game so that it could run on different machines. Part of the polish process. I did not did that exact quest not too long ago, but pick up at Seraphim and deliver a new Babbage. My mind is way off. Well, that was mine. Literally yesterday, I did this exact same one. And that was the same one that you just did. Are you confident that we'll actually hit 2027? Yes. This was not a situation. Put it this way: this is not a situation with CIG where they're like, people keep saying it's going to be 2 to 3 years because they think it's like, oh, it doesn't exist. It's a fake game. It's all just smoke and mirrors. All of the sources I've talked to said, yes, it's you can play the game. There's concerns about stability. There's concerns about bugs, but every game, it's that concern before you release it. No, they'll announce it 2027. They'll announce it 2027 with, like, what they should do, which they don't have time to do, nor do they have the resources to do, is release the first mission that we saw in 2024 as a demo for people to play as a mea culpa for delaying it. They're like, hey, at least we got this out for you so you can play it. Because it would also help them as a way of testing the game, because they could also take a look at feedback from players, and players could find bugs and other things in that, and they might be able to fix that pretty quickly.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
An announcement date might not be a bad idea, but the announcement date should still have to be the announcement date for when they're going to release Squadron should be in 2026. They probably will release a minimum specs with the release date. Hopefully it's not a cyberpunk situation. At least one dev that I talked to had that same concern. Now, I'm not gonna like put down that dev in terms of like they didn't understand or something like that, but they were a little bit more nervous about everything in general. So, and heaven forbid devs have an opinion that may not coincide exactly with the real situation or the company line. Heaven forbid. Anywhere between February and May of next year is what I'm thinking. May makes the most sense. Like, honestly, if you're going to delay the game, release it in May. Because May is the largest concurrency that they have for Star Citizen. Like, the most people every year play in May. So if you already have the highest concurrency in May for Star Citizen, release it at Invictus. It's already kind of a military theme. They'll probably have Castra out by then. So you have Castra, a military location. You have Squadron 42 released. You know, you can do the whole pomp and circumstance, the whole official release stuff. All the flash, exactly. Makes sense, but that's a pretty big delay. 6 months. Five months. That also gives them more time for Star Citizen to be in the right position, yes. You've already been waiting 13, 14 years. What's another 5 months? Opinions from a designer or an engineer. I'm not going to tell you who that was. All I can say is when you talk to multiple people and they're all saying the same thing over and over again. I picked up that... It ate my... Oh, well. I just literally loaded this up, and then I switched it out, and it ate all of the... Whatever. Whatever. I will deliver it, and it will be partially correct. It'll be fine. Ugh. Star Citizen, you buggy piece of shit. Oh, it does need a rework, but it needs an interior rework more than anything else. Hey, Lev. It's a problem for me because my education will be quite intense then. Yep. But CIG, I don't think can afford to release it buggy or like missing pieces that they're working on right now. Because that's a hell of a, oh yeah, well, we promised 2026, so we're going to give you 2026, but it's not going to be the full game because we're going to give you an overhaul of the game with several levels changed up in Nerd stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. What you up to there, Dad Bud? Hey, Bud, you got a raid and run, understand. Thank you for trusting me with your crew. Rockin' Stone to you too, Tech Zero. Rockin' Stone to the bone. Why keep changing it? Because they could get better. If you have extra time to work on stuff, then make it better. That's the... Effectively, like, they could have released it, but then they decided that they didn't want to fight GTA, because nobody wants to fight GTA. So, delaying it a little bit longer, and when you have to delay, you got time. You know? Fix it up. Change things up. I'm exhausted, but I need to move today. So someone just end me. Oh, God. I know that feeling. What could 12 SU of party favors possibly be? Well, it depends on your definition of party favors. I'm not going to go back to get the 24 SCU. I'm just going to go... Go deliver it and then go buy. Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that my Freelancer 824 SCU of Distilled Spirits. Just love when a raid starts with 3 minutes of ads. Oh, fuck that. Sorry about that. Some whammers will pick you up, give you that vital energy. Is there whammers at Head on low. Gotta stop mixing the fuel, man. Go home, ship, you're drunk. Well, it's because I swapped out the components. So, just a fun fact, if you're going to swap out components, do not have stuff loaded into your ship because it will completely reset your ship. Now, it could mean that those 24 SCU are still in my my hangar because it could have just been unloaded, but there's a Whammers at Orison. Oh, yeah, there is at the spaceport, isn't there? We'll go get Whammers. The plan right now is to go upgrade my Gladiator, so it's actually decent in combat. Got to get some deadbolts to slap on that thing, and then maybe some ballistics to put on the gunner. The question is, where do I get torpedoes, size 5 torpedoes? I'm assuming just ArcCorp, but because ArcCorp basically has everything.
Quantum fuel low. Quantum travel complete.
You really want to like the Gladiator? Why don't you like the Gladiator? Open beta for GTA? There's an open beta for GTA. No, I don't think so. 4 more days until open beta for what? Squadron 42? Keep dreaming, buddy.
Quantum travel engaged.
It feels so underpowered. It feels underpowered because it doesn't have access to the gunner seat. If you could use the gunner's weapons or the gunner's weapons as well as the pilot weapons, it would be on par with a Hornet. It's going to be half-assed. It's just going to be the like bios behind some of the crew members. So probably the chief engineer, chief mechanic, the captain, the XO, the head of the Marines, that kind of thing. There are other pilots other than the old man and you who are on there. We know for sure. So it'll just be the kind of bios of all the main characters, which is something you do, 6 months before you release a game. What's the game, Bella? Or I'm sorry, blah blah. I'm sorry, Bella's. Can you tell us what the name is? The game is? Because I'd be interested. 9 years of a space game. I'm always down for more space games. Not until the 4th. Okay. Well, let me know ahead of time. Let me know on the 4th when it happens. If you have contacts with the developers, I'd love to talk with them about it. Now, I will say, there was somebody who reached out to me a couple weeks ago, talk about an MMO, a space MMO, and they wanted me to promote it for them. They wanted my rates for how much it would cost for me to do a video on it, and I gave them my rates, and then they never talked to me again. So if this is the same one, then yeah, it's pretty big if they're reaching out and offering to pay people rates to show it off. Because they wouldn't even tell me what the game was.
Okay, looks like we have a speak.
They would. It was like a unknown space, unnamed space MMO. Is what all I heard. Didn't make me sign an NDA, so I can talk about that.
Landing gear down. Shield on.
Unnamed Space Goose Game. I remember the timeline that they said, and that matches up with July. Double check. I gave them a pretty high estimate for the stuff because, like, they didn't tell me who the fuck they were, so I'm like, all right. There's 27 fellow SE backers who got tired of the waiting game, saw where Star Citizen Future was headed, and decided to take matters into our own hands. I'm just one of the 27 investors, that's all.
Enjoy your stay at Arson.
Well, tell the company that you're paying to do promotions, that paying for people to do promotions works, but you can also do the same with just like giving out free keys.
Engines off. Engines
Because they were being super secretive, dagger in the dark kind of shit when they were talking to me about it. So
engines off.
American Revolution 2, American Revolution 2 as Space Force Actual. But yeah, let me know. Blah blah. I'm always into doing more space games, and if it's got lore and story behind it, I'm always good in doing more lore and story stuff for other games. The open beta will handle all the advertising. Okay. I'm interested to see what happens. 40 to 50. We just need to open the doors and say goodbye to Star Citizen. Listen, as I've said many times before, people can attest to this, as well as my love of heck is this? And promotion of Starfield. That I'd love to see more space games. I'm just here to hang out and play more space games. Because I love that kind of shit. And we don't do cutscenes either. As they listened to what you wanted a Star Citizen to be, and we took it to that level and beyond. Okay. Sandbox, MMO, with consequences. God, what else is there? Social tools.
Have the last of my bits for a while for this copy pasta. As you die, you wake up in a fiery place. You realize you're in hell. You ask the next demon why you're there, as you lived a very good life. You're not being punished, he says. You are the punishment. You honk in joy. It's a lovely morning in hell, and you are a horrible goose.
Thank you so much for that. Them biddies there. Always gotta love goose jokes. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't take much to be to have, you know, actual logical rules to play by that make sense with progression, social tools, and sandbox gameplay. You'd already be a one-up. It's a hybrid is all I can say. But we just keep you talking, you'll eventually tell us everything we need to know. Well, I mean, it's entering open beta on the 4th, according to them. So I don't know what I'm doing. I have to actually turn that shit in. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, what am I doing? Do this. Contracts. Submit. That wonderful, weird utilization. All right, I gotta take the helmet off entirely for this one. Well, I will say with this, blah, blah. As long as it's fun and interesting, I will play it. Go get some sleep there, Shark. One engine handles rendering the game, while the other manages the back end. It's kind of a hybrid setup, 2 engines powering 1 game. How neat. I saw a couple of other streamers mention grinding Red Wind rep now before the next patch. Anyone know why? I don't know why. Kobalax. Do that one real quick, and then we'll head to we'll head to Area 18 afterwards. Oh, to August Dunlow Spaceport. I gotta go and come back. Okay, whatever. Didn't read that right. It's not an unheard of hybrid thing. The remake of Oblivion uses the same technology. It has the Oblivion engine at the core of it, and then all of the graphics are run by Unreal. So
You are clear to head out.
it's actually two engines working at once. I am also stoked for Skywind. As long as it's not a dual space clone, it should do fine. I know a lot of people liked dual space, but it was too expensive to be able to function. Hey, Pagia. Is there any indication that Star Citizen is still pursuing that dynamic economy idea? Yes. It's still in their 1.0 roadmap, which is they now call it Star Sim. Though I would be prepared for Star Sim to be a much more cut back compared to what originally was going to be. Like the idea of virtual NPCs transitioning into all that shit's gone. I guarantee you that's gone. Don't get me wrong, but since it's closed, it's a closed development, I can't play it like I can play C. I'll stick with SC until the beta opens up. Then goodbye. Sorry. That's fine. Like I said, if it's good, I will play it. Yeah, it'll be a while before they actually get the economy seriously under wraps. Hey, G Sharp. Sorry, I just get tired of waiting. That's fine. You hear that Elite Dangerous is releasing operations today? I don't know what operations are for Elite Dangerous. That's because I have to bounce off selling. Dug into a little bit. Looks like it's because Redwood high rep missions have the best payout, but lots of haulers are going to get their QT fuel nerfed. The most egregious is the new Raylan. Down from 5.1 SCU quantum fuel to 1.1 S. Holy fuck, that's a huge drop. Operation Combined Arms Ground Air Space mission set. Oh, neat. I'll take a look at it. I mean, I understand that. But they also need to, basically nerf everything but the Explorers. They need to make something, a reason why you'd use the Explorers. It's gonna be a mix-up. I think the Pisces shuttle is gonna have more jump range than the Terrapin. I think that also did a pretty in-depth breakdown of the QT fuel changes. Did they fully embrace it for the for the 4.9? Because when I went to 4.9, I didn't see any difference. But yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. The Pisces having more jump range than Terrapin does make sense, because the Pisces is an explorer. The Terrapin is a carrier-based sensor. Yeah. I invested the same amount as I did for Star Citizen, so not too much. Just the one who sparked the idea, after all, since I'm a poor man. Glad to hear. Yeah, but it's a recon ship. Yeah, but it's a carrier-based recon ship.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel complete.
Just spinning out of control now. Thank you, game. I get it, brother. I get it. I'll wait until the 4th. Just make sure, let us know, blah, blah, let us know when it releases. So we can check it out and see if it's good. Too fast. Nope, 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 nope. Hold on. Oh, because I'm in cruise control, that's why. I'm not going so fast. I'm pulling back. They're updating values across the spreadsheet. Mistakes happen. That's true, too. Do we have a long-range recon ship? In the game? No, I don't think so. MSR, I guess, technically would be, but that's an info runner, not a recon ship. The closest we have to a recon ship would be like the Carrack. That's an exploration ship, not a recon ship. Hey, knowledge. This thing you're getting 300% more range, I think. Sounds like a mix-up to me. It could be. Heavy fighters are probably going to get more range simply because heavy fighters need to get, be able to operate on their own. Outside of, this is a really weird bug and I do not like it. Target's the worst. You just got done blowing 150 for the kids. Did you own a Switch controller that costs $100? You know a Switch controller costs $100? What the fuck? A Switch controller is $100? That's insane. I mean, it makes sense now. I mean, like the Steam controller is $100. Yeah, they're trying to force carrier operation. Which makes sense. They're trying to make people use refueling more frequently. Piling down to 47 gigs jump. And yeah, Starlight, except explicit refueler, has less than 70 gigs. We can't even cross Stanton, according to Dig. That sort of makes sense. The Starlight is the smallest refueler, though. The question is the Starfarer the same? Reason select it. Navigation works flawlessly, CIG. Good job.
Quantum trouble. Engaged.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 69 months. Nice.
Thank you so much for that 69 nice months there, Victoria. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. Here's your good night. Toss cheers, chat. Y'all, cheers. Stopping for gas is a reasonable expectation. Now we can stop anywhere, and gas comes to us. Yeah. But it does increase the cost of operations because CIG has wanted to and needed to increase the cost of operations in game because you need to have some sort of reduction in jump range. Hey, Victoria.
Quantum travel complete.
If only they had a light carrier in the works or something. Exactly. This is a situation where they built the solution to a problem that didn't exist, and now have to create the problem in order for the solution, in order for them to sell the solution. They've already sold the solution, so.
Quantum trouble engaged.
Okay, I'm done crapping on the game. I love the new changes come through. Wiseman once said, let's our citizens sit on the back burner until around September. I have said that many times. Star Citizen is not going to be ever. I've given up on the idea that CIG understands how to maintain momentum through the summer. They will burn all their momentum until May, and then waste all of their goodwill in May, and then basically fuck off until September when all of the developers are back and working, and then work from September till November, then fuck off until February, and then work from February till May. That's not to shit on the people who work all year round. It's just the reality is that they can't project manage properly. Yeah, we've got the Kraken, which is coming out in May. And then you've got, in that fall, it's going to be the Liberator. So you've got two ships which are explicitly, like, carriers coming out next year. They're planning on how do they make those carriers work. Like, I guess to a degree we have a carrier with the Galaxy. Wouldn't be surprised if they suddenly made a snub carrier module for the Galaxy as well. Carriers still have no reason to exist, which is the reason why they're nerfing the fuel ranges. The fuel ranges make sense in a game that's like 10 to 100 systems big. But in a game that has 5 systems maximum at launch, yeah, you're not going to have... you need to nerf the fuel ranges. You think they'd rush the Liberator for IAE? This IAE? No, next IAE. But they have been looking at the Liberator. We'll know tomorrow because tomorrow they'll release the monthly report. But Pyro was was always said to be bigger than a fighter could traverse. It was supposed to be, and then they nerfed it because they realized it wasn't fun, because they don't have any idea what to do for travel.
Okay, looks like we have a space view.
With the same thing that makes Star Citizen a pain in the ass to try to actually play is the thing that could also help it in the long run. Is if they ever figure out what the fuck they're doing with the game, they'll change the size of the systems. That's not that difficult for them to do, I'm sure. It's just increase the locations of the orbits. But they could increase the size of all the systems again if they actually figured out what they're going to do with travel. But, you know, for now, they don't give a shit. They're focused on Squadron. Hey, Paul, do you know YouTube lets you do side-by-side ad rolls on live streams now? So it lets you see the stream when it adds, when the ads roll. See it a few times later. Twitch has some of that as well, but it's good to see that. They're happy. It's good to know.
Landing gear down. Engines off.
I have a few cryastro stations like they used to, with just landing pads in the middle where nowhere would be nice. Yeah, they have the old idea of the old service stations. Yeah, but I guess the long and short of it is high-ranking Red Wind missions are pretty safe and efficient with the highest credit payout, and you're good to do them now before travel gets tougher in 4.9. Need a space cherry can. They need to get that rope tack working, is what they need to do. But yes, some sort of refueling mid-mission with a hand refueling would be nice. To reward players who are planners. It plays the ad audio, but lets you keep watching the stream on the left. Space Bando started using it recently. Still lets you skip the ads. I don't know. I'll have to ask Space Bando if he turned it on, because it should be automatically on. Let me double check. Stream settings. Monetization. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see any options in monetization for ads being side by side. All right. Now. These are all Cobalex. There's Redwood. Holy fuck, that's huge. Look at that one. From Brio's Breaker Yard and selling, and then deliver to that one. It's pretty good. I can do that one, this one, with this. Ling's usually a little bit better in terms of their size and offers. But I'm gonna head to ArtCorp first, and then we'll go back and do the other things. The game needs to be tougher. I'm annoyed with this, with all the nerfs. Where's Chris and his? I want the game to have consequences where the death has meaning and the loss of ships sets you back a bit. I miss that, Chris. We all do. But it's not just Chris. When making a game, it's not just one person, as much as we all wish it would be.
You are clear to head out.
Chris Roberts isn't coding everything himself. He's got other people doing it, and those people have managers and directors and so on and so forth. Ling sizes feels so right. It's in the right range, yeah. With Redwind, you make a lot of money, but you have to ship like hundreds of SCU, and often the Ling offers much similar
On behalf of Crusader Industries,
money.
I'd like to thank you for visiting our...
But it's smaller loads. I'm just saying the Galaxy was in white box last report, and the Liberator was entering white box. It's a pretty simple ship, unless they had to do some major reworks. Hey, Epsilon. So far, only had a couple of bugs, nothing major. Stuff that was easily survivable, just annoying. We're still going for about 5 hours. We've been going for about an hour and 46 minutes, so we're at an hour and 46 minutes. We're giving away a pit bull. We'll either give that away at the end of the stream, or we'll draw it early if we get to 8 hours. So the more you donate, the more you sub, you gift sub, that kind of stuff, then the higher we go, the longer we go. Once you get a master rep in Redwind, you make 2 million AUEC per mission. Holy fuck. I'm an OTR truck driver who dreams of becoming a space trucker, but all the cargo elevators I need to use are broken. That does happen often. I'm positive they have to do a lot of changes with the Liberator. They haven't touched the thing at all until it went into production recently, and they've learned a metric ton since it was concept. It's also the going to be their learning vehicle for the Odin. So if they ever want to release the Odin, they're going to need to have a design language for like interior and exterior for large anvil ships. And the only thing they have right now for a large anvil ship is a Carrack, and that ship isn't really in a good position. It's an old ship, and they can't really use a lot of those textures and such. So they have to start designing large anvil ships from scratch, and there's one that they've already started. They're already sold. They haven't started to work on, which is the Liberator, which makes us the Liberator right got fast tracked. And there'll probably be other larger ships in the Liberator size, if not bigger, that'll do it. Like, we're going to get multiple versions of Liberator. Just like we got the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault. We got the Liberator. We'll get another Liberator that'll release at the exact same time as the Liberator. Only it'll be a different Liberator. So it'll be the Liberator, but it'll be called, like, the Emancipator, or something like that. And it'll be just a different role slightly, but it'll be the same chassis. So they can sell 2 sets of paints. And sell the ship again. It'll be whatever they think the niche and the hype is going to be around then. If they increase the top deck from being just 2 small decks to being a medium to large one, where you can fit a Asgard or a Valkyrie, it would probably do better because you could still put 2 fighters on that. You just increase the size. A paladin too, yeah, but the paladin's just more compact. Vanguard or the Valkyrie and the Liberator they're not just big, they're also tall and a little bit wide, so they'd probably have to increase the width of the Liberator a little bit. And it's probably going to swap out its it's going to have man guns, but it's probably also going to have PDCs as part of it as well. And I would also probably swap out they should swap out the exclusive vehicle hangar and make it a rearm, refuel, repair hangar. So it's not just exclusive vehicle, it can also fit like small fighters. And if they wanted to do a variant, since a lot of people are really excited for the for an industrial version of it, I'd add with an industrial version, you'd make a give it like a refinery, so it can become like a full industrial loop ship. Refinery and a menu, like a crafting bench or a fabricator. In my opinion, fighter carrier and stub carrier aren't really worth it with the existing game mechanics unless they have a med bed or can fit a Nursa or 2. Unless they nerf the shit out of range for fighters. The friend, the ICA is what my friend has right now. He's torn between Liberator and ICA. I think you could fit like a full fucking vulture inside of an ironclad assault. All right. But before we do any of this, we're going to head to Area 18, and then we'll head back here. I use my ICA to haul around a Nursa, Golem, and about 20 spare Golem pods. Living out of the Aaron Halo for now. At least. That's never going to happen, Keith. Bring more fighters and pilots and be able to fast redeploy without travel back to the station. I don't think that's going to happen. That's not the dynamic they want. They want to force players to have slowdowns. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if regen gets regen sickness added. So basically, instead of you being able to jump out of your seat and be able to go fight immediately, you'll have like a cooldown timer where you're just fucked up for like several minutes. which is a typical MMO thing. Respawn sickness is a thing that happens in MMO or in WoW and other MMOs as well. Just slow things down. MPUVs quickly move people and supplies between ships. I think the dynamic that CIG wants to set is likely that they want an MPUV or other small snub ships to be able to recover pilots who've been downed. So instead of have a ship explodes, a ship gets disabled, and you can either limp back to a carrier to get repaired or eject and then get picked up by like a snub ship that can evade detection, pick you up, return you back to your ship, and then, you know, get you safely back on onto a ship to function. I still respect. So I respect the vision, but I think it's just going to piss people off and make the game too tedious to play. That's the problem. Is the balance. What CIG is learning is that you cannot both do the game has consequences and the game is for everybody. You have to choose one of the two. And I don't think they really will choose. They'll try to thread the needle between two of them and piss everybody off. By the way, speaking of this respawning, you still think they'll add those cybernetic arms and legs when you die a lot? Or they scrap that like they scrapped the rest of medical gameplay? They haven't scrapped the rest of medical gameplay. It's just not going to be a 1.0 thing, I don't think. That is definitely part of the Death of Spaceman mechanics. Can they balance up the star systems, use that as a difficulty scaler? I think that's generally what they're going to do, but you can't really balance difficulty scalers when somebody who has infinite amounts of money and resources and people can still walk into the lowest difficulty place and basically just start punching noobs in the dick. Especially since CIG right now doesn't have a means to punish people with those infinite time and money and desire to be a dick. They don't want to add negative reputation, so there's no consequences for you being a dick. They don't have NPC response forces because it's too difficult for them to add that in with the game as it is, because it's just take up too much resources and then drags the game down. Yeah, they have to do Death of the Spaceman before 1.0, so that's when they'll do the cybernetic limbs and stuff like that. We've had this conversation a lot. The problem that CIG has is not that the game is bad, it's that they don't know what the game is going to be.
Warning. Warning.
There are competing visions on what the game is going to be. Not everyone agrees on what that game is going to be. It's clear based off of how things are. So you've got some developers who are making content for the game that will never see the light of day or will be delayed significantly because CIG is too concerned about things like keeping the lights on versus developing a game that's fun. Whenever I hear people like Rich Tyre say, this game is for everyone, I go, that's gonna be the biggest mistake you've ever made. Because no game is for everyone. You have to make a game for somebody first. All right, I'm not loading anything up here. Well, I will be. get out here first. Well, cybernetic limbs sounds medical adjacent, so so it cannot be allowed to exist for medical players. That's for sure. That is also true, Keith. But the fact of the matter is that every game can piss off people, piss off its own fan base, whether they like to or not. Sometimes game developers just don't deserve the rep they get, and they just kind of get fucked over, and the communities they're part of just or the communities they've cultivated just lose their fucking mind. Other times they get exactly what they deserve because they made dumb fucking mistakes and then didn't listen to their community and were like, well, why is everyone mad at us? Because you're a dumbass. You didn't listen to what the fucking people who play your game want. As a dedicated citizen of Super Earth since Helldivers 1, Arrowhead is very much in that category. Well, they'll make some really cool ideas and then they'll stop fucking listening and just go with whatever they think is cool because they think they're right. And then they get fucking humbled and they go, oh, wait, we have to make a video game for somebody. Because they famously say, they're like, the mantra at Arrowhead Studios is a game for everyone is a game for nobody. And the easy response to that is you have to make a game for somebody before you can make a game for before you can make that joke. You have to actually make a game for somebody. And if you make a game that hits the zeitgeist in the right way, it doesn't matter if you made a game for everyone because people will play it. Like, Death of the Spaceman isn't a bad idea. It's a matter of balance. And a lot of people freak out about Death of the Spaceman because they're like, oh, I'm going to lose my character. And the answer is no. You never really lose your character. It's simply a balancing mechanic designed to make you pay attention to what you're doing in game. And give you, as long as you give that player a lot of ability to, the ability to cut off the consequences. So to like take their hard HP bar and increase it or mitigate the problems with it. You know, that's not a problem. That's not a bad idea. It's just a mechanic of, like making your actions have more consequences, making players actually double, think about what they're doing before they do it. But you have to couch it in that idea. What Chris said is it's a permadeath mechanic. And it's like, it's not a permadeath mechanic. It's just a balancing mechanic. And how you balance it is what matters. Yeah, if you have the ability to give people the ability to recover from deaths so that their hard HP doesn't go down all the way, so you can always prevent yourself from getting that permadeath, that works fine. As long as it's like, you have to do this mission, you have to take this drug, you have to go to this location and do these sorts of things. Because then players now have to manage their time and figure out, well, do I want to go do that action so that I can increase my chances, or buy this drug, which is going to be expensive to increase my chances of not dying, or risk dying in doing that. Dead woman in the middle of our corp. Dead women in the middle of our corp. Holy shit. You realize do some arduous and or expensive task. Yeah. And it's like, well, that's not fun. It's like, yeah, sometimes you don't need to make a game fun to make it engaging. There are plenty of games which are not fun. But Star Citizen is never going to be a fun game because it's not designed to be a fun game. It's not 30-minute matches, instant gratification, winner chicken dinner. It's none of that shit. It never was supposed to be that shit. It's supposed to have fun moments, but those fun moments are supposed to come with planning and preparation and time and luck and all sorts of things. I'm having fun. That's the thing, is that fun is subjective. When I say fun, I mean like the typical, like, why does Fortnite have so many people kind of thing. Chasing that mode rather than doing... Size 2s. Size 6, holy shit. Size 5 Gatling. That's a missile, right? These missiles. Size 7, size 2. Rattlers, there we go. I'm gonna buy a lot of them. I'll buy 10. Torpedoes. Size 9 and size 5. All right. I'll have to look it up for the Gladiator. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. And make it something that can be can't be traded or shared across different players. I feel really engaging playing like Arma or similar, where you're walking through 4 kilometer empty woods to get an engagement and die in seconds. I mean, like, if you did something like Arma, if CIG moved toward like Arma or God, what's the other name of that? Squad. I think those are good examples of things you could use. CIG could use as sort of a benchmark for what people are willing to get through. You oh, by the way, did you get the RRR to work off the Polaris? Yes, I did. The Polaris was working. So I was able to get that work. It just the Idris in the thing doesn't work. So be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Always good to take more time off. I've been streaming for about 2 hours, 15 minutes, and I still got 4 hours and 30 minutes left. So we're looking at 6 hours and 15 minutes. Or 45 minutes. 6 hours and 45 minutes. All right, let me look up the Gladiator. Two size 3s. So I need the MSD 442. I need 2 of those. I need 2. All right. Then I'm going to head out and grab deadbolts, which I think are up in the main area. It's just that the direction of the development team's aimless. The ship of devs meanders around, stopping at all these little islands to look at cool things, but never actually crosses a wide ocean. A game opposite shore. It's like those family circus backyard maps, of a kid going over distracted by every little thing. It feels like CIG is torn between raising money so that they can keep the ship afloat and developing a game. And it feels very much like the game that they're focusing on right now is Squadron 42. And they're worried about that now, and so everything else becomes secondary. So Star Citizen becomes a funding vehicle for Squadron 42 so that they can keep the ship afloat, because it's the way that they can make money. And they'll worry about everything else when it happens. Feels like to worry about the funding necessary to get them out of the accounting nightmare that AOC burden due to. Possibly. I don't think they're in that much of a situation, because AOC was a lot less lucrative than Star Citizen is. All right, deadbolt time. Pretty sure they're here. They may not be here. Up here, right top that I missed. No, they're not here. Where do we find the deadbolts? These size 2, size 3. It's 4, 6. It's 4. Size 3s. I'll get 2 mantises. Put those on the gunner if I actually ever use the gunner. They're at Microtech. Okay. Well, I'll go do this mission and then do the Microtech. But I'm gonna... load everything up onto this ship. I should have enough space to do that. Like PoE 1 and 2's QoL updates over the last few months, what CIG needed to learn from, I don't think they realized how much less complaints they'd have with simple QoL and time sync reductions. Let us play the game more over a period of time, we have less time to complain. I agree. The problem comes down to anything they do to just please people now, they may have to backtrack in the future, and then they've created a situation where they've created a community around a specific gameplay element that they will then change in order to achieve their actual goal that they want to do. The issue is, which is often felt by people who say Squadron 42 is ruining Star Citizen, is that their point is that the attention is given to Squadron 42 that should be given to Star Citizen in order to make Star Citizen better. Because they're not wrong. If Star Citizen was a better game as a game, they'd probably be making more money than they are now. But I don't think CIG is concerned with that motive. They've got people hooked on convenience and abundance in a survival space game. Yeah. This is not new either. This is something that CIG has done forever, which is sort of kick the can down the road and deal with it later. Now, a lot of folks are like, well, it's because Chris Roberts wants his cocaine and hookers yacht parties. And it's like, no, that's not the case. What it is that Chris Roberts has a dream, a vision of what he wants to do, his magnum opus that is Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. And he'll do anything to make that happen. So the money is an attempt to claw back money for specifically to keep the game alive, to keep the studio open. They think Squadron 42 will save them. Yeah, they're hoping that Squadron 42 will generate them enough passive income because they don't have to pay anyone back other than the Calders. And if they impress the Calders with the release of Squadron, then they won't have to worry about that. One of the thoughts CIG's ever had recently is that they're really trying to create an IP, not just a game. I can understand the focus on Squadron 42. Can't understand this Squadron 2. The reason why there's Squadron 42 is because it's easier to make than Star Citizen.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Thank you for visiting our port, Stanton's capital of commerce. Whatever your transaction, we wish you a beneficial and prosperous stay.
They even lie to themselves. If we can get past this certain hurdle, we can get back to making the game. Spoiler, something else will distract them and make it so they want to get the game. Yep. I don't like the idea that it was Star Citizen is simply the afterthought and Squad 42 was always the main game. That wasn't, I've never found any evidence of that. They were both sold at the same time for the same purposes. The thing is that Squadron 42 was always the priority initially because it was seen as easier to do than Star Citizen. Because Chris Roberts can make a single-player game. He knows how to make a single-player game. He's made single-player games before.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Shields on. Launch sequence complete.
That's a known variable, you know? They don't require nearly as much infrastructure as a multiplayer game, all that kind of stuff, too. Yeah. The problem is simply just Chris Roberts is doing Chris Roberts things. Yeah, this is the freelancer, baby. No, I didn't want to do that. This is why I hate freelancer sometimes. They really need to do is just fix the freelancer series. If they fixed the interior of the freelancer, it would be turn this into a remote turret, rip out those 2 seats in the back that are really pointless, rip out 2 of the beds, make this center section here like non-cargo, make it like some other thing you need to do, like a airlock on one side, or like as suit lockers or whatever. Because if you remove the cargo section of this right here, you could actually have more space for cargo. So you'll end up changing some of the cargo itself, but not that bad. So why did they just make a single player game first? Because, I don't know. This is my main mission in this place. Where do I have all this stuff here? Well, you got to remember, Star Citizen. So, all right, a little bit of history, y'all, because not everyone was here at the very beginning. Hasn't looked at it as much as I have. But Star Citizen was not the moneymaker initially. They originally were going to make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 as the same game. Basically, Squadron 42 was going to be the single-player version of Star Citizen. They were always couched in the same perspective. And the idea was that Chris was going to use the current funding, like what they're doing now, as more of a way of enticing or of getting investors to say, "Hey, investors, see, this concept works. Lots of people are into it. Give us money to finish this up, and then we'll pay you back at the end of the road." But Chris found out he could make a lot of money doing this without any investors, so he basically just dropped the investors and stuck with the vision that he had originally, and then expanded that vision. Probably because he also knew the investors would probably not have allowed him to expand the vision, because he's dealt with, suits before. So over time, that funding became more and more tied in with Squadron 42, because the plan originally was to release Squadron 42 first and then everything else after that. Just throw this in there for now. Hold on. You keep saying sorry, blah, 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 like all the time. And like, sorry. It's like, bro, calm down. I know you're excited about the new game you helped fund and it's coming out soon, but like, chill, bro. Interesting. Oh, they're all stuck together, that's why. Okay. Doing a lot of logistics here, chat. Thank you for hanging out and joining us. We still got 4 hours and 14 minutes left. We've been going for about 2 hours and 30 minutes. The longer you go, the more you sub, the more you... all that kind of stuff, the longer we go. Is there anything I'll have to... I think the mantises are going to have to sit back here. I can stack them.
Thon 123400 just gifted 5 subs.
You give those 5 subs there. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers to chat. Y'all shots and cheers. I'm missing my bomb racks. I don't really need the bomb racks right off the bat, but... Sure. They got brought up. Fuck, they are there. Send it back down, send it back up again. Hi, Paul. Just finished grinding Kovalex, got my 9 blueprints. I don't want to see a Bach for a while now. I'll come back here with something else to load those on at some point. That's where my glasses were. I'll put those on real quick. So I'll go run this mission and then... Oh, they're going to go to the pirate system. So let me do... There we go. Have you seen how many missiles you can fit into a 2SU box? I haven't, no. Space Longshore Simulator. I'm sure that'll change in 4.9 though, since they... Since they're doing their own, like, automatic crating and stuff like that. COG's mathing is way out. I imagine it is. It's because they don't have any actual metrics that they base everything off of. It's all just vibes. Oh, I wanted there. Yeah, it was one. So once you do does well, that'd be a great gateway for drug for Star Citizen. It will be, but I've always said and will continue to say, if it's good, you may have a situation where people are more interested in Squadron 42 Part 2 than they are in Star Citizen. There is some crossover between single-player and multiplayer games, but there is far more people who would be invested in a single-player experience if it's good, and then want Part 2 and Part 3 rather than working on Star Citizen. There's plenty of people who will cope otherwise, but... We may have a situation where people who are Squadron 42 fans are complaining that Star Citizen is soaking up all the resources so they can't get Squadron 42 Part 2 out. If they don't focus on Star Citizen, it's theft, print be damned, perception is reality. Perception is reality. That's the world we live in now, especially when it comes to video games. Not really. I beg to differ, as players will want to start seeing real people, not just NPCs with storylines, which is why they come to Star Citizen. Some people come to Star Citizen for that. But I don't think everyone is there Star Citizen for immersion gameplay. Immersion gameplay is there. I'm one of those people who wants that. But to say that the vast majority of players want immersion gameplay, I think is an overestimation of that thing. The vast majority of players want cooperative and PvE experiences. Even people who want combat that's meaningful with an environment, which is still possible with like a sandbox. But I don't think the vast majority of players actually want sandbox gameplay. That's not because sandbox gameplay isn't what's needed. It's because players want things that they don't realize they want until they want it. Now, if CIG manages to make it so that there are engaging storylines and characters in Star Citizen, people will come to Star Citizen from Squadron if they come to Squadron in the first place. Jaded's got a point there. They went from being PvE mostly to PvE and very narrow PvP per user feedback, and even are even developing a single player game for it. All right, we're gonna go to Microtech, and then we'll do the mission.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
I just got started after year, got expelled from lore from written activity, wink, just for crafting. Hey, Livia, don't take it personally. We were basically looking at everyone who was in the org, and we wanted to slim it down so we knew exactly who was wanting to do it. When we kicked people out, the understanding was anyone can come back. It's not, the issue is not we don't like you. It's more of a, if you're going to be active, we'd like you to be there. Dune was amazing. I left because of the PvP. The game was not designed well with it in mind. The PvE was much stronger. Yeah. Someone's used a term yesterday, which I think strikes home, which is alone together. Star Citizen is an alone together MMO. The thing is when you say something like sandbox, people immediately go, oh, PvP. And a sandbox doesn't have to be exclusively PvP. If you do it right, you can make PvE content in a sandbox which rivals that of PvP. And it doesn't have to have stories. They have to have some characters here and there. But as long as there's a difficulty curve for it, and players feel challenged, you can still have that and also have PvP. Conan is a good example. Ark does have that as well. Ark Survival Evolved, I think, has like those like big bosses that you have to face, right? Those like world bosses. Atlas does some of those as well. You can share, support, team up when necessary, but the majority of the time is spent solo doing your own thing. You can chat with others. That's it. I felt a lot of that in MMOs lately. Fallout 76 during lockdown, Dune C, our Star Citizen, even Star Wars Galaxies, Emos. Not obligated to play together, but the options exist. It's possible to do those sorts of things. And I think Star Citizen would benefit from that. If they had a robust system where your average fighter pilot could go test their mettle against some insanely good NPCs, like, I mean, broken NPCs which will defy reality. But who cares? It's a fucking video game. Then people would engage in PvE more. And they're getting better at making some PvE content. It needs to get even better, but that's a lot of it is because of the back end sucking. But and they don't really do boss battles really well. dead bolts, where are you, dead bolts? Trying to find the symbol for, there it is. You bet.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship!
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube there. What was it, Happy Rob?
Quantum travel complete.
Thank you so much for being a VIP. You're very important, proper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Let me add a little bit more time to this. We're currently putting together a potential Wave 1 PTU later today. Interesting. For 4-9. Why is it dark? Or is that not the one? It's over there. I think CIG wants it to be. One of the statements that CIG has always made, it's been consistent, is they want to make doing anything in space feel dangerous. They want to make the act of playing the game be a challenge. They want EVA to require EVA, like so you know your oxygen, so you right gear, or you have like your tractor beam and you have your batteries that you have to use for those tractor beams, so you can go from point A to point B easier. To that the vacuum of space itself is a danger that you have to deal with. Yeah, people want danger and want excitement. That's one of the things like solar flares are so important for Pyro, because not just for Pyro, but for all of the stuff, but especially for Pyro, because it would make it more interesting. The problem with solar flares is you have to have some sort of counterplay so that you know what you're doing. Like, you know a solar flare is coming, so you have to like increase power to shields, or retreat to a bunker inside your ship, something that has more radiation shielding, like an interior part of the ship, or some place that has that's more hardened. And then you have to like repair your ship as after it goes through, or if you've prepared properly, you know what you're doing. Yeah, fires break out, that kind of thing. And if you're on the surface, a way of getting cover so you don't just instantly die. So like, if you're on the surface of a planet in Pyro and there's a CME about to hit you, you planned ahead and someone brought an emergency shelter, and you can pop that shelter down and everyone can take cover in that shelter until the CME passes. But if you're in the middle of a firefight with like NPCs, you're like, well, fuck, I've got a timer to finish this firefight and get out, you know? But all of this is things like you kind of have to have an actual plan. You actually have to have an idea, a base idea of what everything is before it starts. And CIG still has the game broken up into little pieces that should have been put together a long time ago, but still aren't. Or should be different from processed metals, for instance. They should be treated differently in the game. They aren't. Because they're not unified. All right, now we get fuel. Yeah, with that, and that's the problem, is that you hear 1.0, the road to 1.0, it's like, at least there's a road. Like, at least we know what they're gonna do. And then recently, it's been, especially in the last couple of Star Citizen lives, it's felt very much like, well, we're reassessing the road to 1.0, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're doing the thing you always do, which is like, oh, we're just gonna change things up because this isn't fun, or because this doesn't work for us, or because we don't like this anymore. It's like, just pick a fucking thing and go with it. You can change things after the release. Every MMO I've ever played has been drastically different 1 year after release. It's not unusual. Pick the fucking game, make a goddamn game. Fix it later. Elite Dangerous is still around, and Elite Dangerous has changed dramatically since its release. Yeah. I thought they were about to make a push when engineering came in, and I got let down. It's because engineering adds a lot of complexity to the game, and they're afraid of adding complexity will make the game harder to play. And if it's harder to play, especially in the current state of the game, then they're afraid that people will stop playing, which concurrency drops lower, which is bad for them for whatever reason. And on top of concurrency dropping, it's also an issue of like funding dropping. If you think Chris Roberts is the root of the problem of Star Citizen, then I've got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. Though the argument that the buck stops with Chris is there. Okay, how much? 2 million. He's responsible in so much as that he's the one who signs off on all of the decisions. So all the decisions that are made are effectively his.
Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Here's the other thing. If Chris leaves, the game fails. Like, if Star Citizen was developed by anybody else other than CIG or other than the current management of CIG, I don't think anyone would stick around. WoW sucks now. ESO isn't even the same game. Lots of MMOs go through dramatic changes. You pointed to which are arguably bad, but you know, a good example of this, as much as you don't want to have this example, or CIG shouldn't want this example, is Final Fantasy XIV. It was dog shit, and then they went back and rebuilt the whole damn thing from scratch and became good. It required the game to fucking fail for them to actually do well. But yeah, MMOs change. They're not the same as what they were in their beginning. They're always developed. Speaking of which, I picked up Infinite Warfare on your recommendation, got it on sale, and you're 100% right. Very, very, very heavy influence on what the Squadron 42 trailers looked like. Infinite Warfare was a Squadron 42 clone. Infinite Warfare was the developers of an Infinity Ward were fans of Wing Commander. I think in some of the early interviews, they even mentioned Wing Commander. And they saw that Squadron 42 was going to release in 2016, and they were like, fuck. We need to do something. And so they managed to convince Activision that Star Citizen made a fuck ton of money. This is all not confirmed, but this is what I'm gathering. Back in like 2012, 2013. And they're like, there's a market for this. And they made, because Infinite Warfare was not just a game, it was going to be the start of an IP. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It's on sale for like $20. It's worth it at $20 just for the single player. It's a really good single player. It's not as good as it's not as good as Titanfall 2, and you can get Titanfall 2 for like $5. But $20 is worth the price. They just happened to release the game at the worst possible time they could. Someone said you can get it here at Microtech. Where do you get it at Microtech, other than Omega? Is there a weapon shop here? Deadbolts. There's a center mass? Where's the center mass? Is it over there?
Hello, and welcome to New Babbage.
Center mass is over here.
City of Microtech. All right, it was nice chatting. Please kind of enjoy the rest of your visit.
No, it's over here. Nice. I still need to get caught up in MechWarrior 5 and Clans games. They're all on sale too. They're actually really good. 5, the Clans are really good. Is a really good story. The gameplay is really fun. The problem is that it's... Did she just randomly salute me? It's supposed to be sterile. One question. They gave us Nyx with no planets, but they could have given us all 100 star systems and just added more content over the years. They could have, but they wouldn't have had planetary landing. You put size 4s on the Gladiator, right? I'm pretty sure you can put size 4s. Or are they size 5s? If you please wonder too, maybe NPCs salute you? Maybe. So yeah, we're now at a little over 7 hours. I'm at 2 hours and 3 hours now, and I've got 4 hours and 4 minutes. So we're at 7 hours. So if we reach 8 hours, we'll do this giveaway. Exclamation giveaway if you want to get into it, or if you're on Twitch, exclamation point ticket will let you buy it. We're giving away a pit bull. So. You feel like you're still getting Genesis this year, according to CIG? Yeah. Fours and threes, okay. 2 deadbolts. All right. Let's take these over. Let's do the loop. We'll go pick up all of this gear from Stanton, and then we'll go to Nick's, drop off all the stuff that isn't the cargo, and then take the cargo to Pyro to deliver it and get some money. Actually, let me do this real quick while I'm here. Oh, we got a cruise here. What song? Oh, on YouTube, let me do this real quick. Here you go, YouTube. There's your link.
Hey.
Don't just do giveaway enter. You have to click that link and you have to go through that process if you're on YouTube. It sucks, I know. It's on YouTube. Or the link that's just above you. If you're on Twitch, you just hit exclamation point ticket and it'll add you to the list. But on YouTube, because there's no unified YouTube Twitch giveaway system, I have to kind of manually give the link to the people on Twitch or on YouTube, and then they have to like, yeah. Did they release newsletter? I'm not seeing anything on my end. Yeah, it's up. So it hasn't been sent out yet. On the newsletter, it never, on the website, it never said 2026. On like the web version, but it usually said 2026 in the newsletter that's through the email. We'll take a look at that here in a moment. Holy shit. Somebody they gave a $255 member on Patreon. That's insane. That's like a year's worth of Patreon. I'm guessing that the No Man's Sky update that you all are talking about, the reason why it's so grindy is because they're preparing for Light No Fire, and they're trying to see what works and what doesn't work. Light No Fire I'm looking forward to. That game's gonna be fucking amazing.
The capsule.
Everything that is No Man's Sky now, but like Minecraft? Fuck yeah. As a bunny riding a blue jay in Light No Fire, please. Don't get all hyped up. That way lies disappointment. That is true. But my expectations are vanilla Minecraft combined with elements of No Man's Sky. And I'm like, that seems neat. That's something I'd like to try. It may not be fun, but I'd like to. It seems like it'd be fun.
Hope you enjoy your time in New Baggage. From all of us, welcome to the New Baggage Interstellar Spaceport.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Please tell me you're still here.
Please visit us again.
I will say, fucking Pedro, man. Pedro deserves to be in more games. That man knows how to write a fucking song. Please have all my stuff still. Good. Another pretty game to dig holes and wander with friends is always good, especially if it's Hello Games. Yep. Don't lose. I don't want to lose this. Fuck. Perfect. Oof. The jank. I'm treating it like I've treated the Dallas Cowboys fandom for a couple decades. I expect to be disappointed. You won't be depressed. You won't be as let down. Okay. The next Crusader. You guys know where to find Ling Family hauling contracts? Doesn't even pop for me. It's under Interstellar. So you go to contracts and you go to offers, hauling, Interstellar. That's where you find Ling. You have to be in some specific places for them to pop, though.
You should be good to go.
Engines on. All fuels at 100. Launch sequence complete.
You may have to do the intro mission, so you may have to be somewhere else other than Area 18 to get the intro mission. If you haven't done the intro mission yet. We're going to wonder if gamers have been consumers in other industries. Surely their moms are buying their shoes and asking to speak to the managers. Gamers are out here self-soothing with, if I think about it about like this, I don't feel bad. I don't know what you're talking about. For me, it's about setting expectations. No one is forcing you to buy Light No Fire. And as long as you have expectations of, hey, these are my minimum expectations of it, and it meets those minimum expectations, you should be okay. Or if you're like, hey, I don't want to be disappointed, so I'll just think about it like everything else and just not buy it and wait until it actually releases. And so if it's released and it's good, then I don't have to worry about it. It's like movies. There are plenty of movies which I know are bad that I enjoy, or I know are going to be bad, but I'm going to enjoy because I'm going to go watch them. Like a good example of this is The Odyssey. I know The Odyssey is going to suck. It's going to be a terrible movie. No one saying anything. People saying otherwise is not going to convince me that The Odyssey isn't going to be a dog shit movie when it comes out. It doesn't look good. It sounds bad. It has nothing to do with the actors. It's just like the choice that Christopher Nolan has made is very bad.
Travel engaged.
But I'm still going to go see it because I need to see this train wreck in 4K. And there's some movies which look like they're going to be okay, made by people I generally like, and be like, nah, I'm not going to go see them because it just doesn't look like my kind of movie. Games fall in that same sort of spectrum as other entertainment pieces, where you can have expectations for something, but you also, it's hard to judge the final product just by looking at the previews. All you need to know about the Robot Jock's mech with a crotch chainsaw. It also, didn't it kill the company that produced it? They put all their money into Robot Jock to succeed and it failed. But it's actually a pretty good movie. It just wasn't made for people like it was trying going for.
Whoa. Let's not say things we can't take back. RoboShock was a movie of all time. It was a good movie. It wasn't an amazing movie. It's an enjoyable movie for what it was supposed to be. I'm an unapologetic fangirl of Wing Commander movies. I feel like the Wing Commander movies got a bad rap. It's like a lot of things. There's a time and a place, and a lot of people forget the context of everything. The reason why Wing Commander movie wasn't good has a lot to do with studio meddling, but also the fact that it had to adapt from the original source material. The most interesting part about the Wing Commander movie, which is a problem, is not the main characters. It's the conflict and the supporting characters are which carry that fucking movie. The main, like, trio of pilots suck. Nobody likes them. They're bad. And it's not even like those actors are bad. Those actors are pretty decent actors. At least, 2 of them are. I don't know about the one who played, Angel. I don't remember what she did, if she's done afterwards. But it was clear that they were hired because the studio wanted to, like, push for a wider audience. And they were like, these people are popular. Let's push for a wider audience with these. Saffron Burrows. I don't know what she did after that. Yeah, the captain, Paladin, and the admiral, they're all really good characters, and they're really good actors who played those, and they're really directed really well. The XO, yeah. As always, you show up at Brio's Breakyard and Dave, and fucking combat music starts. Where is this? Is it here? It's here. And I also think that it's a solid B movie. It's a solid B action movie that scratches an itch that doesn't exist outside of Wing Commander. Is it a good movie? No. What? It's here, right? I'm just gonna abandon this and just go back to Pyro. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Back. It's not even showing up in the roster? Oh, you can watch it on YouTube for free for a bit. I would watch it, but I would watch it with the knowledge that it is a schlocky action B movie in space. And the best parts about it are its action scenes. If you watch it for anything else other than the action scenes, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Landing gear up.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is that because they went with new designs, they didn't use the old designs from Wing Commander itself. A lot of people got upset about that. But it's because they didn't have the money. They had the money originally, and then the producers basically were just like, "Fuck you, we're not giving you more money. You're spending too much money as it is," because it's Chris Roberts. And so they had a bunch of cool things lined up, and they were going to use them, and then they just got the wind or the legs knocked out of them, so they had to make do with what they had. I like the interpersonal scenes. The interpersonal scenes suck. The actors who are there are hamming it up far too much. At least the main actors. Matthew Lillard was good, but they wasted him. Matthew Lillard is a good actor. They wasted him. All right. Fuck this. I'm heading back to Nick's. Hey, that rhymed. I was going the right direction, too. Huh. Who knew? Rhymed again. Matthew Lillard in playing Maniac felt like Matthew Lillard playing the killer in and I Know What You Did Last Summer. In Scream, which I think was around that same time too. It, like, basically had the same energy. Like, it's like Chris said, well, Maniac is crazy, and Matthew Lillard said, say less, and just went crazy. It's like, no, Maniac is crazy in the sense that he's gambling. He takes risks with his life and the life of his wingmen all the time. Because he's a hotshot. He's an egoist. He didn't feel like a hotshot egoist. He felt just like insane. Why am I blanking on the actor who played Blair? As his name's on the tip of my tongue, but since Wing Commander is technically a Scooby-Doo reunion, Freddie Prinze Jr. Freddie Prinze Jr. was far too muted for Blair. He felt very passive, very angsty. It was early Matthew Lillard though, which I think he was miscast. That's why. You're talking about Pedro, right? Idiocracy? I agree. And I think Chris knew how to direct them properly. He was able to direct all the other actors pretty well. Another whole lot of nothing in Squad 42 newsletter. Who would have thunk it? Yeah, it still says launches 2026 in their email. We will read the nothing together once I get back to Nick's and unload. I've heard that those that's what I've heard too, is that those actors were not Chris's choice. They were pushed on him by the producers, and he just tried to do the best what he can, which is clear. I know Freddie Prinze Jr. at one point blamed Chris for his career failing. He said that Wing Commander killed his career. That's like, well, it's not Chris's fault. You're the one who decided to do that. It's kind of like how a lot of the actors in Starship Troopers are very teen romancy. I don't know. There's probably some more insight into some of these characters that y'all don't know about. I know about them, but y'all don't. Important characters in the fiction. And one of the things that CIG currently lacks in Star Citizen is character. I think Freddie Prinze Jr. is softened on that stance since. ST Star Trek or Starship Troopers, yes. Yeah, well, it's because Starship Troopers was made by a dude who understood what he was doing. No shitting on Chris for the movie, but it was just like Chris Roberts wanted to make an action movie, and I always forget the name of the director who does Starship Troopers. He did RoboCop and Total Recall and all these other ones, but he didn't want to make an action movie. He wanted to make a fucking anti-war movie. Verhoeven, Paul Verhoeven, yes. I wonder if there's a new Starship Troopers coming out, done by the director from District 9 and Chappie and Elysium. I think he did all those movies. Neil Blomkamp, yeah. The guy who should have done the Halo movie. I haven't seen anything other than some early renders, and it looks like they're using the same, at least some of the same props or the same style as the Verhoeven movie. Paul Verhoeven was legitimately and genuinely crazy. I mean, I love Paul Verhoeven, but he was crazy. He is crazy. He's not dead. He's still alive. His movies are legitimately insane, and I love them for that, but they're crazy. No, I'm not in the habit of loving sane directors. Most directors are crazy in some way, shape, or form. Art makes you stupid. Art makes you crazy and believe in do dumb shit. All right, I'm not gonna do the direct jump because I'm gonna get jumped if I do that. We'll get Alpha first. Actually, let's go to the station and then refuel, and then...
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
The original novels were pro-war and pro-fascism. Verhoeven subverting it, just, yeah. I would say the original ones were pro-service. They were written from a point of view of a legitimately frustrated guy who was seeing the world that he thought he was fighting for fall apart. And you can tell that his views shifted over time because originally he was like, you have to join the military to be, to participate. And then later on in interviews, he was like, oh no, I never intended it for it to be only the military. Like, as long as you serve your country, you should be able to. So if you serve your country as like a teacher or like social worker, you should also get those things. It's all about, putting some skin in the game. And it's because as he got older, Heinlein became a lot less focused on what his like libertarian beliefs became a little lot different. It's because he discovered drugs and sex. He discovered that drugs and sex are great. And so he's like, I like to do drugs and sex. We should do more drugs and sex. And most of the people who would agree with him on like stances with that he would say in a book like Starship Troopers were like, what the fuck? Are you a fucking hippie? Fuck you. And he's like, man, that sucks.
Landing gear down.
I think if he were to write Starship Troopers in his old age rather than his young age, well, he was pretty old even when he wrote it, but like, later in his career versus early in his career, it would have been a very different book. Are you saying fascists need to get laid and stoned? Kinda, yeah. I feel like a lot of people who sympathize with extreme views would learn that you know, smoking some joints or drinking some beer or getting laid makes them go, oh wait, I understand more about life now. What Verhoeven does in his take on it is point out that while it was never intended for I don't think it was the intention that Heinlein was being pro-war. He was being pro-militaristic. Very militaristic. And what Verhoeven was pointing out is that if you have an army and you have this society built around militarism, you will find enemies rather than trying to find rather than seeking peace, you actually will eventually seek war. That's his argument. Is that if you actually put the system that Heinlein had in place, it would be a totalitarian state. When I say he, I'm talking about Heinlein. I don't think Heinlein was intended it to be pro-war, but it's not a fluke that Starship Troopers is on the like Marine Corps reading list. It's like one of those things they expect you to read in the Marine Corps. Because it sort of embraces this militarism. And that's what Verhoeven was making fun of. Was like, if you have a jingoistic, hoorah, the military first sort of perspective, you end up looking for wars to fight rather than being happy with what you have. I like Verhoeven's take for what it is. Is it a faithful adaptation of the novel? No. But, and I think that's what a lot of people are mad about. I don't know if Blomkamp's is going to be more faithful adaptation, because how many of you have actually read Starship Troopers? Because if you've read Starship Troopers, you know 90% of that book is philosophy. The book opens with this fucking amazing scene of action with Rico just fucking hopping around, tossing nukes into buildings and shooting up skinnies and all these, like not even fighting the bugs, fighting something completely different. It's just this like pulp science fiction, fucking fuck you, kill everyone. I'm like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. Fuck yeah. And then, like, it cuts immediately back to, like, Rico, why he joined the military, his life before the military, his life in the mobile infantry and all that kind of stuff. So the best way to describe the author is that Heinlein was in the military. He was a Marine, I think, or he was in the Navy. I think he was in the Navy before World War II. He got injured and had to leave the military because of injury right before World War II broke out. So he was of the age to fight, but never fought because of his injury. He was barred from entering the military. And he was very disappointed in that fact. And so he sought to sort of like try to soothe his own experiences by writing science fiction, because he always loved, like, you know, the sort of bombastic, over the top. And I don't think Starship Troopers is his first book, but it's one of his first books that he's ever written. It was like in the early 50s. And you can see that a lot in the like the way he's talking about it, because again, it's not really about fighting. It's about Johnny Rico's experience as a soldier. And it's about the boring shit that soldiers do, like off time and training and that kind of thing. Honestly, have spaceship will travel, or have spacesuit will travel, and Stranger in a Strange Land are his better books. But what happened is in the 60s, if I'm remembering, I may be remembering incorrectly, but I remember he became friends with Philip K. Dick. And him and Dick did a lot of drugs. And they had a lot of sex. He became very much into the free love movement in the 60s. And that changed his perspective on like what life is about and what life is for. I get what you're saying, Jim. And I don't think he intended it to mean pro-war. But again, the point of the movie is more of because you got to understand, Paul Verhoeven is a fundamentally dystopian. I don't know how to put this properly. He is a nihilist. He thinks that everything sucks, and he wants to express everything sucking in a fun way. You know, like, if you actually look at the world of RoboCop, it's fucking terrifying and how dystopian it is. Same with Total Recall. I mean, that's what we're discussing, is like the movie versus the book. I don't know if you could make a faithful adaptation of the book, because the faithful adaptation of the book is going to be boring as fuck. It's an interesting read, but I don't know how you put that into a screen without making it a mopey melodrama. I guess you could turn it into like All Quiet on the Western Front, but in space. But people would be pissed about that too, because, you know, one of the things, like, legitimately, Gundam only exists because of
All set.
because of Starship Troopers. Tamino, one of his major inspirations for Gundam was Starship Troopers. And you can kind of see that with the early Gundam. It's like all of the action is fucking great, and like one thing that he can do, that Heinlein can do, is he can describe some cool fucking scenes, man. That the intro to fucking Starship Troopers is amazing. You turn that into like a 15-minute animation, that shit would go hard as fuck. Glory Road? I haven't read Glory Road, no. Is that one of his books too? I've read Have Spacesuit Will Travel, Stranger in a Strange Land, Moon is a Harsh Mistress, and Starship Troopers. Those are the ones that I've read of his. Moon is a Harsh Mistress is one of his later novels, and it's actually a pretty good representation of his belief structure as an older man. It's effectively the American Revolution on the moon, but it's...
There you go. Safely landed.
It's got a twinge of like liberation doctrine, because it's about prisoners, effectively political prisoners on the moon being forced to work. And it's the sort of dystopian in this dystopian universe. I would highly suggest, even if you don't necessarily like Starship Troopers, to read his later books. Because, like, Moon is Harsh Mistress is sort of that, it's more of a traditional Heinlein novel, but Stranger in a Strange Land is Heinlein on drugs. It's when Heinlein discovered acid, and it's great. It's the most Philip K. Dick novel, and there's a reason why it's like up there. You hear people talk about science fiction, it's up there. No, I'm talking to everybody else, because I know like some people aren't interested in Starship Troopers because it's like of the themes that it portrays. I've also read some fascinating like Russian science fiction, like Soviet era science fiction. Some of that shit's really interesting. Some of it is ass, but some of it is really interesting. Even the ass ones have at least some interesting ideas. I'm trying to get into Chinese science fiction, but I find that there's a lot of a barrier there that I'm just like bashing my head against trying to get into it. Same as Glory Road? Okay. What military rank is abbreviated STR? I don't know. Oh, Starman. Starman. It's like yeoman or oh yeah, no, I know Stranger in Strange Land from the sex drugs phase. Absolutely. It always feels weird to me, is when you talk about like the age of science fiction from like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. All of the major names in that science fiction during that period, they all knew each other. They all talked to each other. Sometimes they hung out with each other. And it's sometimes very obvious. It's kind of like how it's very funny to know that Tolkien and oh, why am I blanking on his name? The writer of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, C.S. Lewis, were friends. Like, sat down, had tea, read books together, talked all the time, had philosophical discussions. I've realized that even today, a lot of modern fiction writers just hang out with each other a lot. The last science fiction series I tried reading was Saga of the Seven Sun by Kim J. Anderson, but he's such a boring writer. A good, quick, poppy, fun book, science fiction series, which is somewhat new and getting updated, is the Murderbot series. It's very comedic in its writing. And it's a nice sort of takedown of the, like, killer robot idea. Similar energy people? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, it's a Apple TV had a TV did a TV series. Is doing a TV series. Just did a series on based off the first book. It's an adaptation. Yeah, they did a pretty good job with it. In fact, they innovated where they had to, because the first book is very... You could tell it was sort of just like a fun book that the author was doing. Didn't expect it to do well. Oh, I can still have 2 more to it. Is there something to the idea that the investors pressure the release of Squadron 42 in 2026 to maximize their profit before the draw? Possibly. I couldn't tell you about the investors stuff. I only have theories on that. And those theories tend to be, like, based off of extreme speculation rather than actual knowledge of what's going on or any kind of knowledge of, on my end. All right. Now I just need better components. Better other. Only Ling here. But Genie Point. To Arc Corp, Area 18, okay. That one. Let's set this up first. All right. Let us pull this up. The one thing that's got me really excited about extreme weird science fiction is that Dungeon Crawler Carl is getting a TV series. Ah. All right. Faces of the front. From the front. Protecting humanity takes more than weapons. A powerhouse of military prowess, the UES Stanton defends the Empire while currently deployed in the 5th Fleet, 87th Battle Group. Naval vessels depend on crews that can cut the mustard. But who's firing its guns, maintaining its engines, and coordinating its efforts? Get to know the brave souls aboard as they return from a well-earned shore leave in the Gauss system. Petty Officer Eugene Morrow, Chief Engineer. Can't do his voice, but as an engineer, I absolutely love working aboard the ship as much as with as much history as the Stanton's got, and I'm absolutely chomping at the bit to get back at it. Sure, she needs a bit of extra love now and then, but the craftsmanship of these Idris-class vessels are second to none. Lieutenant Commander Aaron Sitaw, flight operator. For me, it's all about the people I work with, and I think the crew's fallen into a really good dynamic lately. Past few months, everyone's been really working well together, picking up cues, even knowing when someone's is just having a bad day. I think that's what's really satisfying, when we're all working together in a single focus. Lead Starman, I think, is that what that stands for? LSTR, Lead Starman, Becca Farnway, mechanic. I'll admit, it's always a bit sad when shore leave's over. But I'll definitely be good to get back into it, especially since we're getting a new pilot soon. As a mechanic, I always think it's fun learning about how a particular pilot likes to fly and what means how we take care of their ship, you know? So this is probably your mechanic in Squadron 42. Because the other one is the Webster is the chief mechanic. This is from the email. Starman William Haynes, Gunner. I'm so excited to set up on our new mission. Every new area is an opportunity to do some good and make sure people feel safer. I actually spent my shore leave drilling in the sim pod to keep learning and getting better because I want to be ready. Because that's what the Navy expects. You're best when you're called upon. Starman Connie Hayes, engineer. Everyone knows how important the work is happening along the Vanduul border is, but I feel proud that I get to serve aboard the Stanton to help the Navy's mission a different kind of way in Kellogg and Odin. Got to make sure these are there's a safe empire for all those in the front to call home, right? To come home to, right? Never miss a briefing. Yeah, and it still says launches 2026, but I think these are separate elements, but we'll see. Is it the same element, I think? Yeah, same element. All right. All right, we still got 3 hours left. We've been going for 3 hours, or almost 4 hours. Still giving away that pit bull. It's never said it launches in 2026 in the site newsletter. It always says it, but it has always said it in the email. I don't think it's actually coming out in 2026, but well, they have not released bios before now on Squadron 42 and the families. They should have already, but they haven't. If that would be the death knell of Squadron 42 if it was a release rushed out and swarmed with bugs. I don't think they can afford that. They can't afford a release that's shitty. Those are Stalker 5 missiles. Okay. Oh. Yes, good. Good.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Kapam just resubscribed for 63 months. I will be grateful for the care given to me. I will focus on my positive energy rather than on pain. I will put my faith in those responsible for me. I will actively dedicate myself to feeling better today. I will repay this gift of life with hard work and renewed commitment.
Thank you for saying your affirmations there, Q-Pan. Your Hurston affirmations. Fuck, I forgot about that existed. Thank you so much for that 2 months of your 12-month gift sub. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers in chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. This gladiator is stupid and I love it. Basically, I have slapped. I'm not even done yet. I need more rattlers. Holy shit. Because I realized I still have more space. Because I could put more rattlers here. It's weird it's not letting me put rattlers on there. It's the same missile rack. Yeah, I need to get more rattlers. I need another. Six rattlers. Because you can queue up 4 of those bad boys. And it's like, it's just the ultimate go fuck yourself move where you fire 4 rattlers at a target. It just deletes a target. The only thing it won't delete is anything bigger than a Connie. Good luck to those PDCs stopping, because each rattler has, I think, 6 warheads, maybe 8 warheads. You're not, if you fire 4 rattlers at something, you're not firing 4 missiles. You're firing like 32 warheads at something at once. Okay. Pick up the Rattler's good. They're not great, but they're really fun to use. Why are you flying the Rattlers back and forth instead of flying the Gladiator to the Rattlers? No reason. Mostly because I wanted to do some hauling missions. So much fun to see your frames get dumped on. The thing is that each Rattler warhead is a size 1 weapon, or a size 1 warhead. So it's a lot of damage, but it's not that much damage. %60 don't hit their target when they fire. Of course not, but you only need 40% to absolutely annihilate a target. And they're like 200 a pop, so they're not that expensive to use. I wouldn't choose Orison for 4.9 because it's basically broken. Everyone's gonna do it, so it's gonna break the landing zone. All right, I'm gonna do this, then I'll go get more Rattlers and Gladiators and stuff like that. All you need is that 40%. interested to see how it works, or if it just fucks everything up.
You're gonna take off.
I have a feeling that 483 is being sent out to die. No, it's not an insane thing to think that if you stay at Orison and you don't leave Orison, you don't have a hangar issues. But you also may not have an issue with like even spawning there. It could kick you out somewhere else or have long spawn times, that kind of thing.
Good luck out there.
Of course it's like that. Breaks my fucking map every single goddamn time. Note that it won't just be hangars that suffer at Orison. Yeah. I prefer Orison, but we'll probably choose New Babbage since for me the biggest pain in the patch is re-outfitting ships. Levski, born and raised. Well, not born and raised, but Levski is my home until Magnus shows up. I ain't never leaving Levski. Yeah, Nick's Gateway used to be Magnus Gateway. Magnus's landing zone is Odessa is the landing zone. There's also new this capital's different. It's like it's a British industrial town, but it's like new something rather. It's like maybe it's Newcastle. I don't think so. Yeah, it's Drake country. Magnus is Drake's lair. Yeah, they almost always get cold very quickly on hangar pads. You land on a hangar pad, it'll call you, and sometimes if you like land on in your hangar, it'll call like almost instantly. Levski's also my home, but I kind of like Sherman's Lore. I don't know. I'll stick with Levski. Basically, all of life support is broken this patch, Happy. So no matter where you are, your life support's probably not going to work.
Quantum fuel at 50%.
Do you think there's a Xi'an system to Squadron 42 with all the Xi'an stuff? No, there isn't. The Xi'an are in Squadron 42, but they're not a system. No. Before that, on the station. Station's around here somewhere. There's the entrance. There's the loop. Since we're over there. I'm gonna refuel at the station. I love their vibe. Cast reporter is Xi'an space. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some Xi'an stuff in Castro for sure. It doesn't really border Xi'an space. It borders the old Periline system, which is I want to say Toe Hill, I think is the system. Pause and get something to eat here in a moment. I just have a soft spot for absolutely overly corrupt corporations that don't give a fuck about caring if they're corrupt or not. The horseshoe, where an organization is so corrupt that their corruption like loops them back to being moral, because they just don't give a fuck about the law, so they'll do things that the law forbids. They do it anyways. It's actually morally correct. Hasbro? I mean, in fiction. I mean, not in reality. Like, I love Castak Arms because Castak Arms does not give a fuck how corrupt they are. They're absolutely openly corrupt. But just because they'll sell to criminals means they'll also sell to freedom fighters.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, and Drake and Kassak are very similar in that, like, at their core, they're both openly corrupt groups who only really care about money. But because they only really care about money, if you've got money, they'll sell it to you, which means that they accidentally sell to the right people who are doing the right thing for the right reasons. Because they don't really give a shit. They're just doing it for the pure profit motive.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
And I love that aspect. Companies like that I have a soft spot for, because it's sort of like you accidentally are the good guys. Someone said Han Solo complex. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Do the right thing for the wrong reasons. All right, be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink and maybe something to eat. Still traveling. This is the problem. This is not gameplay. You don't need to hit me with absolutely gameplay all the time, but I shouldn't be able to go off, pee, get a snack, fill up 2 different drinks, and come back and still be traveling.
Quantum travel complete.
It can be longer, but if it's longer, it needs to be more active. There needs to be things you have to plan for and manage. There's always a problem because you want to definitely have a situation where you want to feel the distance. And the best way of feeling the distance is time. But to make things less boring, you also need to have some kind of interactions in the processes. The easiest one to do it is to have like power fluctuations, where like you'll have random power spikes or power drops, and then you just have to manage the power so that you can keep going. But that requires engineering, and CIG doesn't like engineering because it makes the game more complicated and requires players to actually pay attention. And, you know, heaven forbid you have to pay attention.
Shields on.
Making players pay attention in their massive ships. It's CIG's fault, but the reason why is because they set this expectation. One of the things that was already happening when people were like, hey, engineering sounds pretty immersive. I'm going to get rid of my capital ship. I'm not going to buy a capital ship. I don't want to get a huge ship because it's going to take more time and effort than I need to use. And as a result, I think that scared the fuck out of CIG because capital ships they make a lot of money off of. And so they didn't want to push away the whales who are going to be spending a lot of money on their game if they didn't want a mechanic that would hurt their funding. So now they're trying to thread the difference.
Landing gear down.
You don't have to interact with engineering at all. And that's kind of the point, but also kind of bad. There should always be a reason to interact with engineering in some way, shape, or form, because it's a mechanic in the game that you're building. The reason why you're not interacting with engineering is because CIG fundamentally cannot make engineering interactable and also allow for players to not have to worry about it. They didn't want to lose the solo Idris owners. Not necessarily solo Idris owners, but yeah, the capital ship owners in general. I would use the advanced hub if it would actually fucking took. Because every time you click on the advanced hub to turn it on, it will fucking turn itself off after a couple of moments or like one trip. So it's a pain in the ass to try to put it back over and over and over again. Question. If money wasn't a problem, would you buy an Odin yourself? No, I have no reason to buy an Odin. There's no gameplay that I would want to do with an Odin. I don't have the number of people who could run an Odin. No, I'm just doing some. I'm grinding some hauling contracts. Mostly justifying travel because I just did pay a bunch of money for my gladiator to upgrades for my gladiator. I need more rattlers though. I require more rattlers. Let's see the overhead for Weevil eggs. Might do that. Let me check this real quick. I think you bullied GIG into making Gladiator Real Bomber, and I'm here for it. You're welcome, I guess. Okay. What's my money like? Oh, 2 million. Not bad. Not a bad return on investment. I can take a trip to... Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll take a trip to a mission to... a mission to Pyro, pick up the Weevil eggs at Pyro, and sell them in Stanton. Helping some orphans out, you know? Okay.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
I think Infinite Warfare got the jump vibe right. A really brief but really intense calculated risk, and you have to be prepared to start and manage properly. And then bang, you're in a new space to begin to set up accordingly your preferred op. Yeah. They also want to have distance, though. They want to give the concept of distance, feel of distance. And it works in a single-player game like Infinite Warfare. I don't think it works with a multiplayer game. Because you want that distance to be part of the equation. At least CIG does. Which is one of the reasons why people are confused at CIG's discussion of we need to do teleportation to party leader mechanics. Because it's like, you either do or don't have the risk and flight time. Because once you have teleportation to party leader, there's no travel. It's just instant transmission. At that point, just make fucking Stargates. You know? Make instant warp.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
I want the tools to be able to do org stuff. And I want the travel to be smoothed out. Like, the issue isn't, oh, well, we need to teleport to a person. It's like, fix your game. That's the issue. Fix the game. If you fix the game, it'll be easier. Instead of investing time and effort into a mechanic that doesn't make any sense, that's just going to cheapen the game in the first place, make the game you wanted to make. And if there's only 5 systems of 1.0 at 1.0, come on, you don't need the teleportation. What happened was somebody at CIG found out how difficult it was to get people together, and they're like, well, we should get a teleportation mechanic to make this simpler. It's like, because your game is broken? If CIG wanted my input, which generally nobody does, lol, I'd solve both problems by making interplanetary jumps really fast and high impact. They seem to have at least a solution to the problem where they have the pip in, pip out. So like a circle into another circle to maintain a jump. Makes a lot of sense. You know, having the ability to like align while you're jumping and then lock it in and then you're good to go. The key at that point then is then to add in some variables, like where you become unaligned and you have to realign your jump, or you know, power surges happen. You have to change those things around. They showed it off with the like new nav systems, which looked like they'd work, but they need to actually implement them and test them. Yeah, but they're going to get rid of backspacing. They're going to get rid of backspacing when item 1.0 fully, or the item recovery 1.0 is fully implemented. Yeah, quantum boost. Right, time to deliver. if CIG actually does. What'll probably happen is CIG will say, all right, we're going to get rid of backspacing. And then people are going to go, but the game is too broken. You need to leave the backspacing in. And then they'll bitch out and leave backspacing in instead of doing what they should do, which is just add a unstuck option, which is, I think, standard in the fucking CryEngine. I could be wrong on that, but there's probably a way you can implement it vanilla. Because they really need is an unstuck issue, not a you know, suicide option. Because most people, when they have issues, they get unstuck. They get stuck in the geometry, or they get stuck inside of a ship. It's demoralizing to you, Dibley, but for them, it's made them fuck tons of money. Or at least in their mind, I assume. Because every time they've backed up, they've earned more and more money. And their concurrency is apparently really high. So they're to them, it's like, okay, well, we're doing everything we're supposed to. People like to play our game. Statement on the garbage-ass newsletter from Squadron 42, it's the same as it's always been. CIG's newsletters for Squadron 42 have always sucked. It's also the last newsletter before we actually have any sort of announcement of a delay, because the next newsletter will be released in the end of August. No, end of September. So by then we'll either know or not know. So in my idea, the loop would be you group up in orbit over Hurston with your flight squadron lead, jump all at once together, and hopefully everyone makes it. The odd engineering interaction here or there means people in the group falls out and has to reorient it. I mean, that would work too. And then in Space Over Crusader, form up again, coordinate flight speeds, cruise your POI, or scanning POI along routes. Yeah. I mean, that's just what they were doing before. Is there any pickups at ArcCorp? Yeah, that's easy. No, it's 288, that's why. $32, 64. 6. I think that's more than I can handle with my freelancer. I could probably toss it in there if I needed to. So we'll just do Ling. All right. Time to do some legitimate trading as a cover for helping the orphans. Now, the other, I love the info they gave for ship combat on shields, penetration, component damage. I'm seeing people cry it's too arcadey. I think it's a great addition to inform the pilot and dogfight setup combat. On the other, I'm a frustrating hypocrite, lukewarm moderate. Some things are going more sim, and other things are more arcadey. And I've accepted I am not in the majority, and those preferences are where the compromise between best damn space sim and approachable to the masses. I just want them to make a game. I want them to make a decision. Like, whatever, no matter what they do, they're going to alienate people. They've already alienated people. There are already plenty of people who are like, I'm not going to play this game because it's not the direction I want them to go, and have left. And if CIG was worried about that, that ship's already sailed, and it will continue to sail. But the key is if you have an idea of what you want to do, and you deliver on it, and you like it, other people will like it too. Are you helping the orphans? Or you better be an orphan. You don't accept late, be the orphans don't accept late. Split late payments. Yes, you said that quite often for some time. Make a decision and stick with it. Make a game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. I don't have a problem with them to implement something I don't like, but I don't like changing their mind for no reason. Just stick in what you want it and tell us. There's no game that I like 100% of all of the aspects of. There will never be a game that I like all 100% aspects from. The question is the game fun? Does it work? Like, I enjoy Atlas. I find that the Atlas's food system sucks. It's way too complex and doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And it just requires a lot of busy work that doesn't really actually add to the survival element. So the cool part about Atlas is the shipbuilding mechanics. The survival aspect feels very tacked on and not very well-rounded. But because games like that have survival elements, you have to go with survival elements. It's based off of ARC.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah. Like, Star Citizen has plenty of effort into food, and they could turn that into something interesting. But they don't, and have no plan to. So, like, it feels like a waste of time. But at the very least, it's in there. You know, at least it's done. And it's connected to two systems in the game. So it's like, yeah, it's not the best idea. If Chris wants to do it, it's Chris's idea. I think it's dumb if it has no effect on gameplay, but okay. But only what's the point, though, if there aren't subsidiary systems that make it enjoyable, like farming, ranching, or something? Exactly. It leaves open for more things. Or food stats increases stats. Yeah. If CIG wants to just say, fuck food, we're not going to deal with food, we'll deal with food later, that's fine. I think people would be upset because they want to do farming, and that farming should pay into it, but, like, there's no farming for 1.0. As much as CIG hasn't explicitly said farming, so it's not going to happen. There's plenty of things you can do once you get the base systems in, is my point.
Quantum travel complete.
Just one of. Let's see where the fuck these collects are. Okay, there's one on Hurston. Do HMS admin and then the other one. They took money for farming Endeavor modules that they have no problem not delivering within 20 years. At this point, just getting a game out is better than getting everything. CIG seems to believe that's the case anyways. Then you also have things like, for instance, could they implement farming? They probably could. In a very simple way, they could do it. But they don't want to because they want to merge. Chris wants everything to be perfect. And it's like, just make a game, dude. If the game looks good and feels good, people will be happy with it. Here we go. Dude, this actually fucking works. It's always a gamble when you're trying to pick up equipment from these random outposts. You think the next one will come in 410? I think, yeah, probably. It'd be weird for it to come in 411. Because 411 is November. That would be the last patch of the year. The IAE patch would be a weird place to put in that. Based off the conversation that I've been picking up in bits and pieces from the Benoit conversation, effectively Benoit is saying, yeah, everything needs to get overhauled again. So, like, Star Map needs to get redone. This is a broken elevator. This is a working elevator. Hopefully. Another freelancer? Hey, it's a fellow freelancer.
Landing successful. Engines off. Engines on. Launch sequence complete. Landing successful. Engines off.
Duel of the Freelancers. Based off of what people have seen, what people talked about, I feel like we're gonna get in 410 we're gonna get Nyx 1, Nyx 2, and Nyx 3 in 410. At the very least, get Nyx 1. And we'll get the municipal works for Levski. And then 411, we'll either get the rest of Nyx or we'll get Castra. One working fucking freight elevator. That's fucking great. what I wanted. Yeah. Sherman is either the end of this year or next year. I've waffled back and forth. I don't know. I've had a feeling that we're gonna get Sherman mostly because Chris wants to have a big banner thing to point to be like, look how much we've made in 1 year. Look, we can do this. The question is, do they have the technology? Do they have the people? Do they have the money? All that kind of stuff. I think CG underestimates one really effective way to communicating distance, instead of making the player have to just sit and wait through it, but making clearing it rapidly an intense and slightly scary endeavor could work too. Quantum could be a lot more frightening than it is currently, because you are basically moving at insane speeds. In theory, you could break the speed of light with it. Yeah, like a lot of people don't realize how fast it is to get into space. It's like a rocket launch is like minutes and you're in space. It's not like a slow crawl. Even the slowest rockets like the Saturn V was still a fairly quick trip. It's a very tight ship. Yeah, the Freelancer's great. Yeah, that's they need to get rid of that awkward cargo area. They came in and out of the side door, never suit back up unless doing cargo. Yeah. Max is a great small medium hauler. I mean, it holds 120 SCU. More if you really wanted to.
Quantum travel complete.
It's got a small footprint too, so you can fit it in pretty much anywhere. It's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Then I'm getting into combat for some fucking reason. Let me guess, this one's broken. Oh, maybe not. No, it's open. It might actually work. You can hold large vehicles in the Zeus CL. Mm-hmm. Raft is good too. Raft can hold more, so it's actually a little bit better. Did someone legitimately try to put a fucking med pen in to block it and fucked up? Fuck you. Yep, someone tried to put in a bed pen to fuck it up, and apparently didn't work. Okay, so what do I have here? I have no name. It's not telling me what this is. Okay. Stims. Okay. Souvenirs. Okay. Then spirits and processed food. It's hard to tell. Never attribute malice that can be done, which could be incompetence, but you know. All right, y'all, we got about 2 hours left. We've been streaming for about 5 hours. So if we get another, like I said, if we get to 8 hours, we'll pull the giveaway right away. And we'll do another giveaway. But you know, it is what it is. It's just really odd that there's so many places that have bottles, and specifically one bottle, one med pen. Like it's very suspicious that there's only one that's blocking all of them.
Landing gear up.
Yeah, they should have done like a filter. They could just easily add a button to the elevator that just says filter, and it just closes and then cleans everything out.
Alex K _ blah blah just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for those 10 subs there, Alex. You're very, very important, but very impressive. This is very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey! Good timing. Hold on. Everyone from PC 101 stream, my name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? We're gonna give it away right now, but what are we up to there, PC? Early morning stream for you? It's Microtech. There's one on the planet. I'm doing some completely legitimate hauling, followed by some completely legitimate hauling. I'm trying to find that minigun on PTU. No luck, sadly. Yeah, you have to go through a lot of those bunker missions to find them. Villain 49 had Siege of Orison. I think they're still trying to figure out their instancing. We've been hanging out, talking Star Citizen, talking science fiction. I've been doing a lot of trading, a lot of missions. Someone said, "Hey, are you going to be running drugs?" And I'm like, "No, because it's not that very, very profitable." And I was just like, "Wait a second. I actually do know a run that's profitable." Don't like this thick cloud layer because it's hard to see. I'm only 3 kilometers above the surface anyways. There's hills that I can see. Had any luck with Ling? STG, the elevators are fucked for me on Pyro every time. I've had pretty good luck. The thing you got to remember, and I'll slow down for this one so you can see this. On the contracts, even if you can't quite fully finish them, on here at the bottom down below, once you started delivering them, you can hit submit, and it will automatically push the what you have already and give you some credit both reputation-wise and money-wise. So even if you can't get all of Ling done, you get most of it done, you can actually end up getting credit for it. It was basically we fucked up, and sometimes our shit fucks up, so we have a solution that can force a completion and give you some credit for it. Wait, even when you're only able to do the pickups, there's always a single location submission. It's the submission that's the important one. And books. There is a solution to the submission one. It's not fun, and it will break the elevator, which is if it's down and it's not coming back up, you can force it to raise back up by basically quick pausing, like quickly hitting up and then clicking out, like hit up and then hit X out. And eventually it will error out and then come back up. And once that, even though it won't have the actual grid on it, you can still put the stuff on it and then send it back down and then it will submit for it. But then it's broken. Then the elevator's broken until it gets reset. So there is a way of doing it in Pyro for that. A little late there, draft. Yeah, I've been working. Looks like they're starting a whole crew serve weapon idea in other areas of the game, like super heavy armor needing some sort of ammo feed in the backpack. Well, and in theory, you should be able to load the backpack, but right now you can't load the backpack unless you take it off and put it up yourself. Like no one else can take the ammo and put it in there, I don't think, is what I've heard. Paul, I've seen the video twice, and I think they also never answered why the heck you don't remove the brick ships that are all around the verse. Because Chris doesn't want it to happen is the only answer I can give. The honest to God answer is they should just be able to clear out areas fairly quickly. Indeed, old guy Doom. Because I personally have all that information. Yeah, we have several people, key people in SCLs expressing frustration with PES. They started to answer it and then got sidetracked and left it. Yeah, makes sense. It's optional with the backpack, even when working, if I recall correctly. Helldivers already tried this, and people rarely do it. And to be honest, since you don't open salvage missions for them, just remove them. There's so many things that just need to get removed on a regular basis. The key is creating a system that's like, if you've touched it and within this amount of time, it gets it stays around. Yep.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Quantum travel engaged.
All right.
Genesis?
You enjoyed the Squad Fighter newsletter showing uninteresting characters with duplicated quotes? Love it. It's kind of funny how they're willing to put in a temp feature with item recovery tier 0, but won't at least do temp systems that are more aggressive with culling. Well, they are aggressive with culling. The problem is they're often aggressive with culling too much. So like, like in some places it'll cull your ship the second you step out of it or the second you land it. In other places it won't cull at all. Yeah. Or even when you're on the ship, yeah. Levski is notorious for that. You sometimes you land at Levski inside a hangar and it'll cull your ship instantly when you land. I have a feeling that there's some sort of system they've set up in terms of, like, if the server is performing poorly, it will increase the culling time, and it's just culling instantly. You get a coffee while shaders load. Yeah, my layman's experience has either been getting a ship coal right from under my ass while I'm 50 feet above the deck in Levski, or seeing 20 game rules abandoned ships around the LZ. I have seen 20 game rules abandoned ships around the LZ and then land on an exterior pad and get my ship called instantly. And it's always like 20 fucking Perseuses. While I'm flying like a gladiator or something like that. The solution is, and I know CIG doesn't like this, but the solution is, once a ship reaches game rules, you set it sets self-destruct. So once a game is set to game rules, it automatically sets to self-destruct and blows itself up. Once it's a destroyed ship, it'll get culled faster.
Quantum travel complete.
Or change its status from game rules to destroyed. Now, I know one of the biggest issues that they have is that they don't want to have self-destruct or ships explode while on pads. You know, you don't want someone to like land on a pad and then get out and leave, and then so they know that it instantly will explode and kill anyone in that pad. So you just set it to like change status from game rules to derelict and just fall apart. I am sure that is possible. That is a broken... Yeah, it's broken. Yeah, like a decommission status. That looks like it's open. No, it's closed. And broken. And this looks like it's broken. Yep, all of these are broken, so we can't get the last one here. I'll double check them though.
Landing successful. Engines off.
They could work, but I don't think they will. Freelancer. Freelancer Max is what this one is. Yep, broken. Wonderful broken cargo elevators. I mean, I played Freelancer. I don't necessarily have the nostalgia for it, but the Freelancer ship is good. All right, I'm gonna break it even further. See, that's how you get it to go up. And if I was to deliver something, I could throw stuff on here, but there is no grid. And then I could send it back down and it would complete it. But now that it's done that, if I send it back down... it's past its ability. So it's already broken. It's just a matter of unbreaking it for a moment to fix it. I think I've seen a Freelancer during like 7 years. Yeah, because there's no real point for it. It's still already broken. But I can force it up if I needed to. You can force a delivery. You cannot force a recovery. No booze for you, Pyro. To be fair, typically with the freight elevators, is the ones inside the landing zones aren't as broken as the ones inside of the random outposts. And the resource drive for 4.9 is for Orison specifically. I don't know, the pickups maybe at random outposts would be great. This is CIG's bone to throw at industrial players so that they're not as mad when things go wrong. To Pyro we go. No, the Reliant is one of those ships that's going to be abandoned. There's lots of ships that are just CIG won't know what to do with them, so they'll just abandon them. And they may come up with gameplay for them post 1.0. The Origin 300 series is similar. Oh, come on. 315 is a wonderful little smuggler. But 315 is a fine... Hey, Paul, I did one link contract yesterday, and now they're not showing up in my Moby anymore. Have you heard how to find them again? Not a clue. I had the same problem with Dead Saints. I did one Dead Saints mission, and they haven't showed up again. I like the NBDs because they're pretty. If I were allowed to use them, I would, but since they're gated for me, I do not. Are NBDs fully gated now? I thought you could buy them in other places. Man, so many people are coping.
Quantum travel complete.
Not Squad 42. Yeah. Because it still says coming in 2026 in the newsletter on the email. People are like, see, it's still coming out. I'm like, guys, they've already been lying to you this entire time. They're not going to change that right now. They'll wait until they have a chance to make an announcement of the delay, and then they'll do it. I'll let Sasquatch go for me. Go ahead, bud. Just line up behind you. No, they didn't even. They said 2016 until January of 2017. Like they waited until after 2016 ended to deal with that. Can't believe we're getting GTA 6 before Squad 42. Of course we are. They might, or they might just let it go past, not say anything. The fact that people are still this obsessed about the date, like I just looking at people are obsessed with looking at a fucking newsletter that says nothing other than like some quotes from crew members whom we don't even know about because we don't even have their bios. Are they duplicated? Because I haven't seen the duplicated quotes. I've seen they all look the same. Or they all look different to me, not duplicated. Maybe it's the there are two that are identical. Maybe in the post, but the one they sent out on the email doesn't have any that are identical. Which also proves to me that they're not actually giving a shit about the these newsletters. They're sort of afterthoughts if they're finding duplicates. If they're doing duplicate quotes in these newsletters, it means that they're using the same letterhead. They're not going to change the letterhead to 2026 or to remove the 2026 letterhead that's in the email version, because it's just, why not? Like, why bother? That's a lot of work for something that nobody gives a shit about. when you've got other things to do. No, they have a person making it. It's just that person is like Nico or Galactica or, you know, somebody who's got other jobs to do. And it's for something that is quite honestly not that important. It's not marketing for the game. They don't see it as that. It should be. We'll head to the station and refuel then. It's not making them money, you know, so why not? It's just, I know. It might as well have been AI written because, like, it's some quotes. It's not even the bios of these guys. Like, you could have at least given us the bios of, like, how old are they, where they're from, you know. They just have their ranks and some random quotes. The regular freelancer has higher quantum than the rest of them. I don't know why that would be the case. That does seem weird. Seems like an error. You'd think that all of the freelancers would have the same, if that's the case. But the DUR should have more quantum fuel than the base freelancer, because the DUR is the DUR. You can't sell them, you can't sell any mission boxes. You have to send them down to the actual delivery. There is a way to force the delivery. Even if the thing is broken, you can force a delivery. But it's impossible to force a receipt of an item. The point of the 49 QT's fuel is basically to take anything that is a single seat fighter and make it fucking anemic when it comes to fuel. And anything that's bigger than that have more. And then everything in between, they have no idea what they're doing. They're just putting numbers out there.
Landing gear down.
I'd love to how they came up with the first numbers. They just made them up.
Engines off.
It's going to hurt to have to refuel a lot. That's the point. They don't want you in a small ship to be able to traverse entire systems. They want you to force you to force you to go to use carriers if you want to have high range. Tiburon doesn't have enough fuel to cross a jump point. Later, Ravik. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Need to fix hydrogen tank capacity? What was that? Yeah, that's the other thing, is that I 100% believe that CIG will retreat from this fuel thing like they've always have from these hard lines, because they at the end of the day they're afraid of people getting mad and not buying their games. I can see the Reddit rage now. I paid $400 for a premium Raylan hauler. I can't even use it to complete a Ling entry-level mission. In my opinion, they need to. I think making travel too difficult with only 3 systems is too much of an issue. What the point is, what they're supposed to have been doing is to make it so that smaller ships have a harder time traveling, so they need more time they need to like get refueled faster. But what they're doing is basically taking every ship that isn't essentially a explorer ship and throwing it out the fucking airlock. Where's the landing? Oh, there it is. It's right there. That fucking tib is. Is there another one? The building there. Fuck you, Tib. Could, I think, park right there.
Landing gear down.
Okay, see if I can make it fit. This is definitely a broken mission. We need intra-system transit jump points for big systems, or intra-systems. No. This is just CIG not knowing what to do with travel. Fuck you. Come on, boys, see what happens. Come on, bud. Where'd you go? Fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck. He's gonna take my shit. Yep. Should have shot him. It is crafted, that's the thing. He's just blowing up my ship now. Oh, well. There goes that mission. I knew someone was fucking around. That Tib was there to just fuck with people. Nah, probably not. Yeah, it would be nice if those guys actually shot him for assaulting me, but no. Let's see what the damage is. Yep, he took my gun. It's okay. He didn't take my sidearm, but he took my gun. Hey, remember what that blah blah guy said? You need more Care Bears and less, need more So you need less Care Bears and more of this. So there's a thing you can do where if you knock somebody out, you can steal their guns. It's been an exploit for a while. Where you can knock somebody out and steal their gun and then kill them. So it's a workaround. If you have a gun out and you get knocked out, your gun gets flying away and they can take that. It's an exploit, yeah. The thing is I would have shot his ass if I had known there was a solution to the problem. Like if I'd known, I should have just shot him, is the answer. But I was afraid that I was going to get shot at by the locals if I did. Of course it didn't stick. Yeah, the local embassy just kind of watch.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's all right. You shouldn't have gear fear. Yeah, it's bricked, but how do I get a new one? I'm insured.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
I don't think it's an intended thing. It's more of they don't give a shit about it because it's eventually going to happen anyways. Hey, logarithm. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to store this. I'm going to swap servers.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle, please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Nope.
Please visit. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, now it's gone. Okay.
Please visit us again.
What I'll do is I exit the menu. I'll be back here in a few minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break and then get some more food, and then we can finish this up. Oh yeah, I can't wait for full loot to players are going to be even more actively incentivized to troll. Why spend days mining and grinding craft a weapon? We can just corner camp and take one. That's just bad system design on CIG's part. Now, it is also partially my fault. I was in Pyro. I should have shot first. That's the first and last time I've learned that lesson. Just shoot these motherfuckers first. The problem is that you also have no idea when ships are there intentionally or they're there because they're just there. You know what I mean? Because a lot of ships are just there because they're, you know, they're leftovers and someone forgot about it and that kind of stuff. Well, 9's blown up. They blew up my ship. So it's like dead. They're trying to blow up my ship because they were trying to troll, be like, oh, you can't get back your ship. It's like, okay, cool. I could just, but now that it's exploded, it's now a wreck, so it'll get cleaned up. Whereas that Tib, I didn't know if that was an active Tib or if it was an abandoned Tib. Obviously, it was an active Tib. Why spend days mining, grinding, to craft a weapon? You can just corner camp. Okay, it's on that one. Yeah, so I guess the solution is bring 6 people on a boring-ass, low-paying haul mission, glass everything from still intact from altitude, then ream everything with legs until using your assault ground forces. Totally synchronous gameplay and systems. Yeah, that's the problem, is that the risk-reward is so different that it just doesn't matter. Like, you can just, it's easier to be a troll than it is to actually play the game. And that's the problem. It's the reason why people intentionally backspace in hangars or in elevators to break them and to brick them and leave shit in there. It's because it's easier to do that, to fuck with people, than it is to actually play the game. Yeah, Stormbreaker method, where you just wait until everyone does the job for you, then you kill them and take their shit. They are learning, but they're the way that the solution they're having is just instance. Like, we'll just do instancing, and it's like, what? Which is why these people don't like it, because it will fuck up that whole thing. Anyways, I'm gonna go get some water and some food. I'll be right back.
Distress bacon. Genesis? Barcelona! Barcelona!
Weapons free, y'all.
I love democracy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
the problem with the problem with Pyro is that all of the exploits that can be done will be done, and people just fuck with people for the sake of fucking with people without any actual benefit. There's no disadvantage for it. In like a game like, let's just say Tarkov, if you choose to engage somebody, you reveal your position when you engage somebody. And as a result, you can get ambushed by other people. Basic bitch one. Go. Wait, this game. Yeah, but you can't do that. Like, it's super easy just to like ambush random people in places like Pyro, and so there's just no point in even going to a place like Pyro if there's no value in it. Hey, Rushboard. All right. There you go. Ideally through player feedback and testing, or just put in random numbers and things like fuel stuff, and then just hope it's the best. Wait for someone to actually do the math for you, and then take it and be like, yeah, cool. Thanks for doing all the work. Well, weapons telling you basic stats would be arcadey, and we don't want that. I agree, but I think the problem here is that Murder Hub has put a ton of effort into inshitification of other players' experience. Yeah, because they can, because they're bored. Like you said earlier, Blah's here talking about how they're looking forward to this this competitor game that's coming out in open beta on the 4th, and it's because it's just going to be a murder hobo paradise. It's like, okay, not the first game that's done stuff like that, and it'll probably die like the other games if that's the case. As we talked about you know, that's what Dune tried to do, and it fucking failed, and now they're desperately trying to claw back user base by changing it into a PvE game. Nothing wrong with PvE, open warfare, fuck you, you know, kind of thing, but you need to actually have a space for it or build your game around it, and CIG's done neither. Like I said, a lot of full loot motor hobomos die in swift death every time. PvP games also usually have reduced friction. Star Citizen has all the friction. It's intended to have all the friction, which is supposed to make the PvP more intense, but it usually just ends up being whoever has the chance to drop the first attack, or whoever has, you know, glitched the systems best. Just in case, because that person keeps trying to friend me. Probably to try to like extort me to get the gun back. It's like, it ain't worth it, y'all. It ain't worth the money because you're gonna just fuck me up anyways. So, all right. I'm a Tarkov player, so I like it when games are difficult, and the worry the PvP keeps the game energy up. Comms will hopefully help a little bit more, and fun interactions too. There needs to be risk rewards, and there needs to be places where those risk rewards make sense. Pyro currently doesn't really have any of those risk rewards. It's basically like either get ganked by a random dude who happens to be in the right place at the right time, or nothing. And half the time, like locations you go to Pyro after spending a bunch of time collecting stuff, and the fucking the fucking systems don't. Guns are easy to craft, yeah. It's not worth it, and it's not even worth it. That stuff. Oh, it's the custodian. It's not even worth it. In my real world military training, he who fires first usually wins. Yeah, but at the same time, this is not a real world. This is a video game. The only person who has that template that I know of is Bolus. He's the one who gave me that to me in the first place. But it's not worth it. I will make do as would be. Like I say, during development. Sorry I have to do this, y'all. I'm just making sure that the guy isn't doing a little cheeky cheek. Yeah, but in video, or especially with Star Citizen, it's more just about who shoots first is going to typically win. All right. We like close-up, Paul. Oh, this is the Resource Rush ArcCorp paint. Don't worry about it, blah. He's one of your kin. to make Keith's point, the point of this whole thing is that, like, the only solution, the only end result of that sort of murder hobo behavior is effectively shoot everyone first. Don't even bother with any interactions. Just you see somebody, kill them, because it's safer to do that than assume that somebody is safe or not. Have more people, so roll around with like 6 people deep for your basic missions, so you're not going to make any money. Or just proceed to kill each other. And if everyone's just killing each other, no one's doing anything to make the missions function, which ends up with the game falling apart, hence the Dune problem. There are ways of making sure that murder hobos have their own gameplay that's fun and engaging for them, that doesn't just completely negate the whole aspect of the rest of the game. But again, CIG doesn't give a shit, because CIG's mostly focused on getting ships sold so that they can release Squadron 42, and eventually they'll take care of Star Citizen. Spot to go through. I don't know who he is. Is this the rock? The one with like the rock that you have to glide through? See. Oh, that's a fucking half-functioning railing. That's great. Yeah, this is the rock one. Okay. Bump my way through. It's not even fun for the group waiting, to be honest. No, it's not. Let's see where I think this is it here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is it. Gotta be it. Yep, here it is. it's all busted. I love this working game, CIG. Wonderful, functional game. Where you can't even purchase anything once you've purchased stuff. Wonderful. Amazing. Thank you, CIG. This is why I don't do drug running like this anymore, because it's so busted and broken. The server's actually trying to kill itself. Gotta love all these random ships that are clearly abandoned here that nobody has any use for. It's not being cleaned up. Why aren't they being cleaned up? Oh, fuck you, that's why. But don't worry, chat. Concurrency is high. No. That experience that I just had was kind of a downer, and then on top of that, interacting with more shitty systems that CIG currently has that don't fucking work makes me go, oh, now I understand why everyone's sort of shit on the game, because CIG sort of abandoned the game to be shit for the next 3 months. We already know that the active PvP community is tiny in Star Citizen. Like, it is microscopic. Zach once did a poll, or someone did a poll about do you PvP in Star Citizen, and this was like on like Twitter, and this was like insanely low numbers. Like, even the people responding on Twitter were like 15% said they were active PvPers. And Zach quote tweeted it and said the actual numbers inside the game are even smaller than this, which proves that PvP is just not viable in the Star Citizen community. People constantly say, well, if they screw up PvP, then they're going to destroy the game. It's like, guys, nobody plays Star Citizen for PvP. Is there a place for PvP? Sure. But it's such a minute little thing that, you know, it might be better served for CID to focus on Arena Commander as the PvP element rather than Star Citizen. Time to go on Salty Mike podcast because Paul doesn't like the game anymore. Yes, that's right. People forget, as broken as it was, the Resource Rush event blew up the servers. Yeah, because people love that event. It wasn't. It was the fucking failure of the freight elevator system. Look, I already have. Oh, it's in the max already. There we go. Close this up.
don't know if that's the sun or if that's player. Probably the sun. Yep, and good PvP depends on a few basic tenets like solid netcode, perfect hit registration, fair death and balance. It's going to be way longer to get that stuff working, and modern players can wait. But they really don't give industry and support enough to do. I get their theory. The game theory of Star Citizen is solid, but the implementation is shit. And because nobody at CIG has any experience with a PvP open world game, they're just fumbling in the dark to try to figure out how to make stuff work. The irony is they could do a resource rush-like event every week if they wanted to. As like a weekly or daily, you know, sort of event. I mean, that would be the problem is freight elevators, but we're not talking about just like go to a place, pick up thing, drop off thing. We're talking like deliver X amount of resources to this location. Craft these weapons and bring them in. You know? Yeah, New Babbage needs silicon. You can go buy silicon and deliver it, or you can take these missions to deliver silicon. I'm going to risk it and get all the ETAM as well. As long as there's no outposts, you can get it done. Go to the Terra jump point and collect items. Go to the random orbit stations and collect those items. Fuck, you can use the fucking distribution centers for once. Distribution centers usually aren't broken. Two more evil eggs. Yeah. We'll look at those two more evil eggs and get out of here. Did you know that the guy adding you is permanently banned? From where? Is that you, Law?
have no idea what you're talking about in terms of permanently banned. There we go.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Do. What's missing from Rogue Flow is a seamless transition from one to the other. You don't even need a seamless transition. You just need to simulate like as if there would be one. You just select certain locations as pickups and certain locations as drop-offs. Mostly just pickup locations and then the same drop-off. So, but like that's something that they could do manually now, but they won't. Do. Strange. Should keep going to Ramzino then. Yep, with the same drop-off, if you had working elevators, you could have mercenaries get paid to guard, and they could choose time limits for their comfort with stay at Chawa Beach for 15 to 20 minutes. Longer time pays more. You can extend the contract if you like it. Yeah. If you're 10 minutes short of 8 hours, this note stands. This cannot stand. I don't know if I am. Oh.
Jenantanak just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for getting those 5 subs there, Jen. You're very important pupper fan, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is Father Hendrick, and I trust and cheers, chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. I was gonna join Loken here in a moment, but because now I'm at 6 hours and 46 minutes, and I've got an hour left, so I've got 7 hours and 8 hours and 2 minutes. The Mark II is great. All the while keeping an eye out for Horizon for an incursion of bad guys who will, on the flip side, would know what the Raiders have good rep and players doing it right. Doing it right. And just like that, haulers make friends, security have nothing to do besides bleed hauler pay and do nothing. And PvPers work to commit coordinated, tight-knit raids with bad guys they kind of trust. What you're describing is a gameplay system that would focus on players doing, in some cases, doing nothing, which CIG is afraid of. But it makes sense. As somebody who's worked as a security guard, my job was to basically just be a camera, a human camera, and visible deterrent. And most security jobs suck like that. You're just sitting there waiting to do something. So if you could make security pay well, and you'd have to have some way of knowing if they're going to be in that area, so that if they left that area, it would cancel out. You'd also have to have this thing called rep, which functions, so you'd have to have a good rep in order to do it in the first place. Sounds like something negative reputation would solve. It would. But we can't do that because some people who like to troll have large bank accounts and they'd be sad. Of course.
System off.
Surprise, surprise. Honestly, I think CIG is coming to the reality that the game they want to make would piss off a lot of people. So they can't make that game, so they have to figure out how to do a game that wouldn't piss off people because they're under the assumption that they have to make this game for everybody. And it's like, that doesn't work. Because some people's game is to fuck with other people, and you can't help everyone with that situation. You're gonna have to disappoint people, and you just have to disappoint the people who are the minority, which sucks, but it is what it is. I'm just fucking paranoid about everybody. In my opinion, they're going to have to disappoint the people on both extremes who are both minorities. That's true as well. But I think instead they're going to end up disappointing the majority by trying to cater to both the minorities. A lot of this stuff would be solved with reputation. But CIG also seems to not want to do negative reputation anymore. Hopefully when they have different characters, rep will matter that way. CIG can say, if you don't like that rep you got, create a new character. Well, there should always be a way that you can, you should be able to come back from a bad reputation and a bad rep and then improve your rep over time. But that should take time and effort, which would be boring to the people who are trying to do it. And to make it as boring as possible so that the average person doesn't want to do it, so they either are stuck with one or they'll pull it off the other one. Yeah, see, the thing is adding NPC patrols would require A, reputation to exist, so those patrols know what they are, and B, would also require the servers be able to handle those NPC patrols. There would be so many NPCs patrolling that it would probably cause server degradation, which is the reason why they got rid of the NPCs in the first place, is because they don't function with the server meshed environment, so they have to remake them, and in remaking them, they're also probably incredibly intensive on the server end. Like, look how many times just random NPCs will show up in and like hostile NPCs will show up at landing zones. And CIG's already said that they don't like doing a negative reputation. They've been on the record saying they don't like negative reputation because it locks people out of content, and they don't want to lock people out of content. And they're streamlining reputation to have larger reputation pools rather than smaller reputation pools so they could solve that problem. The issue being that, you know, let me, I'll be right back. I know, it's bullshit, but it's what they said. Ugh. All right. 2 seconds, y'all. Just doing something in the back end. It is possible to have different rep for PvE, and PvP. It is possible. Do. The hermits sort of get their wish every time they avoid settlements like hermits do. Guess it's not possible to have different reps for PvE and PvP. It's not really. It's not a sandbox, no. I think the solution here is faction warfare. That would require factions to exist. The 8 hours been hit. Doesn't that mean giveaway time? It does. Hold on. Give me a moment. Cutting it down. Where are you, giveaway? Oh, giveaway's here. That's right. All right. Closing the giveaway. And the winner is... Dr. Hoon. There must be a bug because it's not showing that. Dr. Hoon, there you go. There's no way. Dr. Hoon, congratulations. Same email. You've already won twice. Once in May of 25 and once in April of 26. Gotcha. There you go. There you go. Congratulations. I think you've won something. I don't remember what. Now, if we reach 10 hours, I'll do a giveaway, another giveaway. We got 8 hours in, which is nice. Good. Solid. I may or may not be back tomorrow. We'll see how things go. There we go. Should be good now. When's the next in-law election? 2030. So 4 years. Though we could have senatorial elections. I don't think we will, but we could. Isn't that today? Or wasn't that yesterday, Lady Space Patrol? Or is that this weekend? That's tomorrow. Okay.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us.
Then I might celebrate Canada Day, but not stream you, but we'll see. The thing is I'll be streaming on Thursday and I'll be streaming next Monday, but I won't be streaming Friday, Saturday, or probably Sunday. That was one of my favorite community events. What was? Oh, the in-law election? Yeah, it was fun. I just wish it was in-game. The problem I have with so much of Star Citizen is that almost none of it is in-game. All of it is on the website.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Landing successful.
Well, see, the 4th of July is a Saturday, so I didn't know when Canada Day was specifically. I was like, that'd be very weird if Canada Day was the same federal as the U.S. federal holiday for 4th of July. right. It'd be funny if the next election caused riots in game with people shooting each other, but that's just me. Damn, getting dark over here. There'd be more engagement as well. There'd be more people actually paying attention, just like in Luminalia. If there was an actual like gift you had to open up. Just like a box that was a present that you clicked to open up and it would give you your gift. Instead of just going to the website and clicking a button. My Imperator won, but my life didn't change for the better. Yes! Just like Wicklow, have players start blaming the current Imperator for all the problems of the game. Leilani Anderson's to blame why the game isn't finished. We'll see if I stream tomorrow, because the big reason I would stream would be because Logan's like, hey, let's go hang out and do the event tomorrow. And I'm like, yeah, I'd be cool with that. But knowing CIG, they're not going to release the patch until like 8 p.m. or whatever. So at the very least, I wouldn't start. I wouldn't start the stream until like the afternoon anyways. You got a cutter in November of 22. Nice. I agree with you, Elsinore. Elsinore said, I said at the time, and I still believe she got elected by the players, because a large majority of them thought if they elected her, that it would force CIG to give them AI blades. Yeah, that's what people thought was actually going to happen. Or NPCs. They thought that by electing her, they would give them NPCs. One of the reasons why in my AI lore video, I made an extensive amount to say specifically that this is not a video about the NPCs of Star Citizen. This is a lore video, because last time I did it, people were like, yeah, I want NPCs in the game, because people are just weird. No, I'm not on the hotfix, I'm on the regular patch. The hotfix is only for Arena Commander, if I remember correctly. But there's an 483 release, which is coming out tomorrow. There's a PTU build today for 4.9. Not for 4.8.3, I think. Do you think if we don't see Siege return in 4-9 this week, it's going to be? So it's no Siege is returning, or Siege of Orson. Yeah, it'll be 4-9. No, it'll be 4-9-1. Yeah. What's with the patch? 4.8.3 is the next patch. That's coming out on Wednesday. Today they released a hotfix for Arena Commander because there was some Arena Commander bug in 4.8.3. So they released a hotfix to fix the bugs in Arena Commander for the current 4.8.2, and then 4.8.3 is going to be released. Siege kind of has to be 4.9x if they want their engagement event for 4.9. What's their engagement event in 4.9 other than bring box here, please? Siege. It's Siege and then bring box here, please. I haven't had a chance to play Siege of Orson, no. I thought the event was .3, so they have a while for 4.9. There is the Nine Tails, or the Siege of Orson, not Siege of Orson, the Xenothreat event for 4.8.3. I'm sort of assuming I can muster into parties for Siege. I mean, you're going to have to form parties yourself with other players if you want to do that. It's completely different from the original one. It has some of the similar elements like the Iffy and the lieutenants that you have to kill, but there's only 3 platforms. There is no flight mechanics. It's all purely FPS. And the loading platforms have changed a lot too, so the layouts are different. They effectively took the base idea of it and then like improved it. It's really like a 2.0, not really a return. Do you think they'll release the Basher with 4.8.3? Or do you think that's a 4.9 release? What on release? Maybe they don't release any ships with 4.8.3? That would be weird. There it is. Where someone parked in the very middle of the pad. And abandoned their 300i or 315p. At least if they abandoned something over here, it was not on the pad.
Landing successful. Quantum fuel at 100%. Launch sequence complete.
Here we go. Would the Super Heavy count as a ship? No, it'll probably be counted as an armor. They'll sell it as an armor. They got burned by the ATLS because so many people were like, "This is not a fucking ship. This is a tool." And they even said themselves, "Oh yeah, it's a tool." And so people were mad at them. It's like, why are you putting a tool behind a paywall? And so they quickly made it available for everybody. So they'll sell the Super Heavy in the monthly bundle. Super Heavy with the machine gun. Yeah, pull out your wallets. Get the big cool gun now, please. Cool stuff now, please. If they had the restraint for that, I would be fucking surprised. I don't think they do, though. Pull wallet out. Get big cool idea. Get overpowered thing. Will nerfing patch. The railgun lever action. Such a dumb idea. How's that even supposed to work? Yeah, because CIG doesn't know how to do names. Paul, one as you know, I've been enjoying their lore videos. Have you done one for Microtech and ArcCorp? Hurston and Crusader are great. I haven't done one for Microtech or ArcCorp. The problem with Microtech is that it's very, and ArcCorp is that they're very limited. I think I did an ArcCorp one back in the day, but it's just not really that intensive. My plan is to do a Stanton system survey, which will include all of those companies as well. I could probably do smaller versions of Microtech and ArcCorp, though. Five different beacons on Star Citizen Wiki. Jesus. There's the beacon undersuit. I know that, and then there's a couple other. There's a beacon-like component. I'm sure that's the one you're looking it up. Thank you, Kev. No, it's more. I tend to do longer ones rather than shorter ones, because people tend to prefer the ones that are longer compared to ones that are like 25 minutes long. I think the idea is to sell the super heavy armor, then next patch sell the lever action railgun. That one shots the heavy armor. Possibly. There's only 30 minutes left. That is true. Can't wait to rock up in a contested zone with 3 friends, all of us in super heavy armor, like something from Or 40K. My 69's name is currently Eileen Collins. I don't recognize the name, but I think. Can you survive the fall like in an ICD? No, you can't survive a fall like in an ICD. But you, it requires like a large amount of high caliber ammo to actually hit you and to kill you. It's not quite as tough as it could be, and there's a lot of like downsides if you have the gun. You need somebody walking around hitting you with a medic gun, yes. Super heavy only useful with the HMG. Using other guns makes your backpack reload. Yeah. Pro tip for all you tanks that are going to be lugging a minigun in super heavy. You can press left Alt R to low carry the weapon and be able to at least jog. Okay. Good to know there. What I'm really interested in is that bulletproof armor, or the bulletproof suit. I got to figure out where that is. I'm assuming it's in the same place as Siege of Orison. Hallwick. I gotta get a suit for the senator, you know? Senator Armen Strong. I thought it was something you craft and depends on the quality of materials you collect to make it a bulletproof ability. Sort of. From what I've heard is that you can collect it, but you also, I believe there's also a crafting for it. I love the super heavy one note thing. Definitely something that to convert and use often, to covet and use often. Yeah.
Quantum travel complete.
Oh. Looks like somebody exploded and there's just stuff all around.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Major Star Stuffed just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you for that star stuff for that 4 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You started drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Where's the Rex of Nyx? Broken, probably. What? Okay, it's broken. I know how to fix it. Yeah, it's working. Hey, it does working. So this elevator is broken, guys. So it's not working at all. However, it will still accept anything that's on the pad, even if it can't connect to the pad. So notice how it's completely busted. It's not snapping at all to the grid. Just because it doesn't snap doesn't mean it won't go accept this. See? Basically made nothing. Thanks, game. This is why you don't do, like, component trading is basically dead. There's no point in doing, or not component, what I just did, where you buy something and sell something, buy something low, sell something high. You don't make enough money for it to matter. Stims, that's contracted. Contracted. Swear I saw like a neon box over here. Slam. That's all contracted. So all this stuff was contracted. So it's purposeless, pointless, useless. So I ended up with less money than I started with, but I did buy. Oh no, I'm not doing bad. A little bit more money than I started with, not by much, but I did end up with more stuff as well. I got my gladiator kitted out. We need more time. Well, you got 18 minutes to find those at that time. Grid users are spoiled. We'll see how everything works out. But currently, honestly, I don't think I've seen Star Citizen in a worse state in a long time. Basically, freight elevators are as broken as they ever have been, if not worse. There are some workarounds, but they're effectively like haulers are just lucky that hauling isn't a hugely popular profession, because otherwise they'd be more fucked. On there. Xenothreat is going to be kind of a lukewarm event. I don't see it being hyped too much. Siege of Origin is really the only mainstay, and that's probably not going to happen until the earliest July, like 15th, 16th, but more than likely July 31st. And then we won't see another real big patch that has any sort of meat in it until September. You know, there's something good if you want the blueprints. You can get. You can only get in Xenothreat right now. Yeah, Xenothreat is just a few missions leading to an Idris battle, and the Idris only procs like you have like a 20% chance for it to actually proc for you to get to it. Each mission gives you a certain number of points, and you have to. Once you reach a certain point threshold, you get blueprints. If I remember correctly. So it's not even mission completion, it's you have to like line go up. The rumor is CIG is going to kill off the commander for Xenothreat like they did the Frontier Fighters. I have a feeling they're going to kill off all of their like main baddies in Alpha. So like I assume Shattered Blade is going to be next in the unceremoniously killed off group. And then the anti-Meserites will be in Castro will be the next group that happens. I remember talking with someone about this, and they said, yeah, I think they're just going to get rid of their main bad guys because they don't know what to do with them for 1.0. So they've created these factions that they don't know what to do with, so they just kill them off, which is sort of dumb. Because you just spent all this time working on armor. At least with like the Frontier Fighters, they actually like didn't have specific armor. They had generic armor. But with the Shattered Blade, they have specific armor. Same with Xenothreat, I believe. Yeah, they have specific armor.
Landing gear down. Shield on.
Almost impacted there. That's fine. Well, Xenothreat has somehow survived the longest. Xenothreat isn't that old. Ninetales, I think, are older than Xenothreat. The oldest faction that we know of that was in game that's in lore is the Nova Riders. It's one of the most Marvel names of all time.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
Nova like the bike? I think so.
Engines off.
Nova like tank. Sort of. They're a generic name that's get passed down from generation to generation. They're one of the oldest pirate gangs in the verse. I don't know how you get that knowledge since they're completely the opposite. Any chance we can get a useful / skilled and skilled mission / narrative team? Because the current crop seems to be fucking waste of carbon. It's not, I honestly don't think it's Elliot's fault as much as we give Elliot shit or the writing team. It's just they're given a pile of shit and told to make it gold.
Your vehicle has been the day's visitors again.
Like, I don't think the mission team is the reason why we're not getting negative reputation, even though they were the ones who announced that we're not doing with negative reputation. Oh. This was a fun experiment. I don't know if I'll do it again. I think I'll prefer to do just one long stream. Because this wouldn't be so bad if Star Citizen wasn't in such a shitty state right now. Alright, yeah, all my shit's been, it was in the backpack. It's alright. Something really in there other than ammo and food. See if there's any here. There's probably nothing here, but yeah. They not to break the fourth wall, but at least you're getting paid IRL to suffer through it. Well, I mean, the hope is that y'all are enjoying the stream with me. It's difficult to enjoy somebody's suffering when it's just not fun. Up to 10 hours. So we're at 7 hours and 47 minutes, so. Aha, there is a gun store here. I do my best. See what else they got. Oh wait, they might actually have stuff in that place as well. Like med pens. Nah, they don't have fuses, okay. Probably buy some fuses anyways though. Yeah, great host conversation with the chatters, but man, seeing you get jumped and looted sucked. Yeah, especially since I should have known better. I should have been more on the ball, and I wasn't.
Hey.
It's one of the reasons why, you know, you understand why people just don't play the game, especially don't go to the pyro. Because it's like, all right, well, that sucked. I didn't even have a meaningful interaction. I just got beaten up and oh, well, that fucking sucked too. Double dog. It's all in my bubble inventory. Is this really it? Is this the extent of this place? This place sucks. Please deserve to beat you up. They have rights. They shouldn't infringe on their fun. I should have shot them dead before they had a chance to beat me up. I had a chance to, and I didn't. Upstairs. Yeah, if it was a meaningful, like, oh, there's somebody here, I gotta fight them, lose. Okay, well, I lost, you know, should have done better. Instead, it was like in a place that should be safe, that's guarded by NPCs, that's not safe, that apparently you can just murder everybody anyways. So it's like, okay, good to know that. I thought that at the very least it would cause negative reputation. No, doesn't do that. There's no such thing as negative reputation. You can't get hated by people anymore.
Oh, good purchase.
I just gotta find an actual kiosk. Should be a kiosk up here. Ah, there is. There. I wonder how many DGS Pyro will have in 4.9 since they got to steal DGS for instance DGS from somewhere. It does feel like Star Citizen is starting to, like, degrade. Like, it's starting to slide backwards in terms of its development. It doesn't feel like it even was a year ago. Nah, it's not even worth it. You think it's vibe coding? I wouldn't be surprised.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
I'm not fully convinced DSM will solve the issues they have with their servers. Yeah, there seems to be many other problems with their servers beyond just dynamic server meshing. I feel like that's just another coat of paint over a landlord special, rather than a solving the problems. And I understand the enthusiasm from CIG about high concurrency numbers, but if I'm honest, I think they need to think about it another way. The reason why people had such a high concurrency for this last patch had nothing to do with CIG and everything to do with the wipe. People had just stopped playing because they had too much money or because they were like, this is not fun anymore. I'll wait till the wipe. And so they were going to wipe with 4.8, so everyone came back to play now that there was a new wipe for 4.8. And 4.8 was fucking dog shit, so they scared away all of their players. Yeah, and it's exposing new people to how bad that is. Desync is rampant even in Arena Commander with 2 players. It's not the servers. It's something in their net code. I know it's not the net code, but something with their fundamental way they're doing it. And the Ironclad, but they messed that up. Yeah, the Ironclad was an easy win for them. They fucked it up. Seconds left. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Thank you all for joining us. It's been fun. As much as it's been painful, it's been fun talking with you all. I may be back tomorrow, but I'll definitely be back on Thursday for the monthly report read through and everything. Just to build hype for what looks like a cool, engaging single player experience, and immediately throw goodwill into the trash as soon as those players log into Star Citizen. Oh, I'm kind of amazed they're willing to launch Squadron 42 anytime soon at all. I would be very concerned if CIG decides to launch it in 2026. Based off of my conversations with those devs. Thank you, Coralite. Almost timed it perfectly. I'll stay on for a little bit longer.
Coralite just gifted 5 subs.
They're giving those 5 subs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Toss juice and take y'all shots of juice. We'll hang out for a little bit, a few more minutes. Payment systems let me down. It's all right. Yeah, based off of my discussions with the Squadron 42 devs, I would be concerned if they released it this year. It sounds like if they released it this year, there will be some significant downgrades from what they originally planned, and there will also be problems with the game, like significant problems with the game. Like it sounded like it was both a convenient excuse because they were afraid of GTA 6 and a to delay it to 2027 so that they could work on it. Only get one chance to make a good first impression. Would be ashamed to waste 14 years of that hard inspired work for on an abomination. I don't think it'd be an abomination, but as we've seen, one fucking problematic issue will burn all of your goodwill. Like the Ironclad should have been like the best in show contestant but this year it's gonna be it's dead. No one gives a fuck about the Ironclad in the best in show competition this year because CIG completely bungled the release. Probably made plenty of money off of it, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just going to be what it is. Ironclad for best in show, please. It's not going to happen.
Fastest thing.
I said, please. How did the overpressure issue with the Ironclad make it through QA? Because they were rushing it. Because they didn't want to have people be spoiled by PTU getting access to it first and showing all of it off. Yep, I'm sure QA was like, hey, we've got a problem here. And American was like, okay, shut up, nerd. It's probably more of a, we got to get this out. We got to get this out. We got to do this before this. And it's good enough. Let's go. Patch always goes, right? Yeah. Here's hoping they recover. Here's hoping they can pull out of it. They can, make it interesting, improve their the current game, and see actual improvements. But I think we kind of need CIG to be more realistic about what the game is going to be. Your wallet can't hide. You got to find a way to make you spend it. If it wasn't for me streaming, I wouldn't be buying anything, guys. You see signs of a good game, but they can't seem to get there. They can't seem to agree on it. They get moving in a direction and then they fucking stall out and crash. Not for everyone else in the community, but I guess no one else mattered. Hexco's not happening. Make too much money off of it. But hey, at least they had a contrite apology for the interest owners that couldn't spawn in it for a day. Oh, I'm trying to look at the bright side of things. I'm trying to make things like see things improve. I really do hope this game does improve. It's just really hard when experiencing it firsthand for the last couple of days on how things work. My impression is like Hollywood making an MMO. Has epic moments, seems to be a lot of wood and plaster behind the scenes where they may have needed more areas done with dwarven labor. With Star Citizen specifically, the issue seems to be the nature of their development is the nature of their development is that they develop a lot of things for people to play, but those things aren't actually useful in the long run. And I think they're coming to the realization that they have to probably redo a bunch of systems, but that's going to take them so long that there's no point in redoing them. They're just going to have to make do and see what they can fix and what they can't fix. So, it is what it is. And like I said, maybe it gets better. Maybe by the end of this this year, I'll have been very wrong about Squad 42, and it's out. It's wonderful. It's amazing. And Star Citizen is in a significantly better place. But I don't know. Thank you for watching, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna call it there. I'll be back for sure on Thursday, and I won't be back here. I won't be here on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I may be back next Monday, but we'll see. And I'll definitely be back in the second week of July, though. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.